one trade I think could have been updated.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, the needs not being updated, it was what was gonna really mess me up.
Yeah, the needs not being updated sucks. But we are live, so we can get right on into it. Whatever point you want to. You have first pick this week. So I will
Okay. Let me.
swing it back to you whenever you're ready. Why is my face cam not on? I would prefer to have that.
Okay. Yeah. So the good old Titans, man, here at one. Titans really. I'm trying to think of any big moves that they made. I mean, obviously, rather than overpaying Dan Moore, um, to play left tackle for them, which was definitely a decision. Um, you know, it was definitely an overpay. It's an upgrade for them if you want to look at some sort of silver lining. I mean, their offensive line going into um, the season this next year. I mean, they technically. I mean, I don't think they're going to draft an offensive lineman in the first round. I mean, it's pretty set with Dan Moore. I mean, you're paying him to start, so he's your starting left tackle. And then
Mm-hmm.
Skronsky, Cushionberry. They just got Kevin Zeitler to start at right guard, and then J.C. Latham for right tackle. So, um, you could take a developmental guy later, or maybe a guy that could, because I think Zeitler is only a 1 year thing, if I'm not mistaken on that. And then, maybe take a developmental left tackle just in case Dan Moore doesn't finish his developing. I honestly thought Dan Moore was older than he was, though, so I hate it a little less. I still hate it in terms of what they gave him, but
He's
being only
young, but to me, that's
26.
more of a reason to not pay him because he hasn't developed yet,
Well,
and
I've
obviously,
looked into some of these, like, not to interrupt you, but um, and I think I vaguely talked to you about this before, and I'm not saying it's going to happen with him, but it just seems lately some of these offensive linemen start like actually getting better around like 28, 29 years old. Um, it just takes some of them longer, and maybe they see something in him. And their offensive line coach is one of the best in the game, so like I don't want to discount it 100% because he's
allegedly.
definitely smarter than me. No, I mean Callahan is top five offensive line coach maybe of all time. I
Allegedly.
You just don't like him because he's with the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, he's definitely smarter than me about offensive linemen. Regardless, I still think it was a massive overpay, but I think they just had to because I think the Chiefs were in on him. No, there's another team I can't think of that was also trying to get him. But we hadn't really been them taking an offensive lineman at one, but if they do end up trading down, um, it looks like offensive line would be off their radar. They wouldn't be trading down to get like a Will Campbell or
Mm-hmm.
Armand Membu anymore. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, so we're not doing trades or anything either. They haven't made any moves to quarterback. They've lost Mason Rudolph, which you know, good for them. Um, they still have Will Levis. They might have Brandon Allen under contract. I'm not sure if they do have him under like a futures contract or anything. But if not, then all they have is Levis currently, and I'm sure they'll end up getting somebody. I don't see Russ being one of the options. I know that was floated around. I think he's pretty locked into. It sounds like Browns, Giants, and Steelers are probably the three for him. I don't think he'd go to Tennessee with the state that they're in, anyways. Um, yeah, just don't think that they would even really want him. I don't know if I really bought that take. He is the last quarterback that Callahan would want running his system, I would imagine. But um, I can still see them getting a Kirk Cousins. I could see them, which if you love one of these quarterbacks, I know we say it every week. I'd still probably take one, even if you got a Kirk Cousins for cheap. Um, And yeah, I mean, they need edge really badly. They lost Harold Landry. They don't really have a lot at edge under contract. I mean, they have a couple. Draymond Jones, which Seattle moved to outside linebacker last year, which I think was a big reason why he was
Bad.
awful. Yeah, I mean, like he was solid as a 3-4 defensive end.
Hmm.
Like he doesn't have the body type and the movement skills to be playing off the edge like that. So um, I think it's a good signing for them as long as they play him opposite of Jeffrey Simmons. Like you get Jeff Simmons, Sweat, and then Draymond Jones on the other side. Then yeah, like that's a nice little pairing there for him. But in terms of like coming off the edge, Arden Key is there, um, and really nobody else that is worth talking about. So um, Abdul Carter is a huge need for them. So it kind of puts me in a weird situation. Is like I could see them taking Cam here. I could see them taking Carter. They need both very badly. It's just going to come down to if they believe in Cam, or do they like Jackson Dart and they're just going to trade up later and get Carter here. I think that's the route I would probably look at if I was them, because I do think they're at least a year or two away, and they just need to add talent. Do I think Carter is like a bona fide worth number one overall pick? And I think it's debatable. I mean, I think he's very good. I think he has a very good ceiling too. Um, but and honestly, I don't remember what we did last week. But if I was gonna guess today what happens, I'm kind of thinking they might take Cam Ward with the way that they have addressed offensive line, overpaid, in fact, like we just talked about, and haven't added anything at quarterback, and the options are just, maybe they give Levis another year just to figure it out. Like I don't know that I buy that. So in this mock today, I'm gonna give it Cam Ward.
I like it. I don't know that we've done that yet. Actually, last week we gave him Travis Hunter, and I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah, yeah.
make the same point that I made last week. If if the Titans have the ability, coach and GM, to sit down with Amy, our favorite owner in the league,
Mm-hmm.
and have
Yep.
a rational conversation and explain, listen, like this kind of stuff takes time. I took over a team that I know had some success, but it hadn't been having success for a little bit when I took it over. And for me to be able to fully put my imprint on this team, I need time to get the guys that I want and to develop them. Right now, we're trying to patch bullet holes with band-aids, and it's not working. We're making moves for the guys that we want. They signed L'Jarius Sneed to a huge contract. They traded for Calvin Ridley. They've done all these things in the past few years because every other season they're firing a GM or a head coach opposite each other and not bringing people together, which is a massive mistake, but neither here nor there. If they're able to have that conversation, because as of right now, the cycle would say that they would be firing Callahan this coming season
Probably.
and leaving their GM untouched again. If
Yeah.
Callahan's
Instead of
able to step in and
pairing
say,
them
listen,
together.
like, give me some time, because they could very well have another top 5 pick next year with the way that the roster's set up if they roll out Will
Yeah.
Levis as a starter. They could bring in a Drew Lock or a Jameis Winston as a competitor for him,
Right.
and see if one of those guys kind of stands out as a better option for him in the off season. Could happen. Um, but I think that if they don't have that conversation, or if they don't have the ability to do that, then yeah, exactly what you talked about. They're in a situation where if Callahan feels like he needs to make a move to win, he's going to take Cam Ward because he's probably better than Levis. You don't, like you said, you don't spend all that money on offensive line to protect Will Levis next year.
Right.
So
They didn't
if the argument
invest
turns
in
into
Beckham.
Callahan saying we're spending all this money to protect our quarterback who we're taking in 2026, then we have a different conversation here. Obviously, you have to see who declares that year, but it looks on the surface to be a stronger quarterback class than what we have in 2025. So, if that's the route that you go, then you don't necessarily lock yourself into taking quarterback here. Like you said,
Oh
Abdul
yeah,
Carter, I think
sure.
would be huge. Travis Hunter would be huge, but if that conversation doesn't happen, or if Callahan looks at the track record of what's happened in Tennessee for the last 5 years now, I think.
Well, I mean, yeah, because they had Vrabel, but then they fired whatever his name was, and they got
Rand.
Rand, and then they, you know, Rand and Vrabel weren't on this. Which, and not to start a whole other thing, that was an owner problem. Like that was an owner
100%.
thing. Like you didn't get someone that Vrabel like wanted at all as GM, so it just was never going to work.
Right.
And before you made that move, were the Titans like the number one team in the league? No, but like there was a long stretch that they were actually. I mean, they were competing to possibly make the Super Bowl 2 or 3 years there in
Mm-hmm. Didn't they upset the Browns? Or
they.
didn't they upset the Patriots, I mean?
The, yep, they beat the Patriots and then lost to the Ravens, I think,
I
in
think
the
that's, yeah. Yes.
AFC Championship. Yeah.
They beat the Patriots because they got Brady's last pass he
Mhm.
threw as a Patriot was a pick six.
Yeah, and they were in 8, 9, 10, 11. I think they might have even had a 12-win season in there, maybe. Like they had some really good years, and they weren't firing GMs and coaches. Like they had the same two guys, but it as soon as she got rid of John Robinson and put a new owner in there that Vrabel did not want, it ever since then it's just been, you know, they haven't been good since then, and
Mm-hmm.
she's been trying to place blame on this person, this person, this person, this person, instead of blaming on herself because it was
Right.
really her fault. Like I'm fine with him firing John Robinson because I mean he had some awful draft classes. He probably deserved to get fired. But when your head coach, the guy who's led your team to all these winning seasons, and you haven't really had that success in the past, like some yes, but not consistently, not like before Vrabel, there was a long stretch of them just being horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you got to let him have some input at least if you want him to be your guy. And maybe she didn't, but if that's the case, fire both of them. Fire the GM and fire Vrabel and start fresh with two new guys that are on the same page. But yeah, that it's not a recipe for success, and I think that they've hopefully they've seen that now, and they give Callahan a little bit of time, kind of like you said. Hopefully him and Borgonzi or whatever his name is are on the same page, and I think it's going to come down to. I still think that best case scenario for them is to try to trade the Giants. Hopefully the Giants really love Cam Ward, and you still get Carter or Hunter at 3, and you still get extra picks. That's like dream scenario for them. But if you have to stick at 1, I don't think that they are for. I don't think that they'll force themselves on Cam because I don't think Callahan's making the pick. I think it's going to be the GM anyways, and he definitely has time. Like they just brought him in, so I think that in itself is kind of telling because it won't be like Callahan being like, "Oh well, I'm going to take Cam Ward because we need a quarterback. And I don't want to get fired." I'm not sure that he's making the final call. I think it's draft wise. I'm pretty sure the GMs, from what I've heard, that sounds like the way of that chain of command is going to work. Um, so it'll come down to do they really think he's a franchise quarterback? If not, let's take the best player available. And don't really know how they've um, obviously scouted that out because we're not in the room, but just the signs like we talked about of them, the way that they've addressed the offensive line, and they haven't brought anybody in. Um, you know, uh, might mean nothing, but I would be shocked if it's not one of those two players at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that one of the guys that would certainly be in conversation right now, anyway.
yeah, I mean, and you can include Hunter, but if they don't move off of one, with them not having anything at edge, really, I would have a hard time thinking that they would go that way.
Mm-hmm.
As much as they could still use a weapon like that, I mean, I think almost every team could use a Travis Hunter, to be honest. Um, but if they don't move down, I think as of today, at least, those are the two. Did did they did they bring someone else? No, never mind. I was thinking of Draymond Jones again. We talked about him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All
They
right.
brought back Sebastian Joseph. They signed Cody Barton,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of Barton.
but that's really it.
Martin got a decent little deal, but we only had Broncos only had to pay a little bit more for Greenlaw, which kind of crazy to me. But neither here nor there. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But all right, good old Cleveland.
Cleveland, I think when I had them a couple weeks ago, I mocked them, Abdul Carter, because I believe I stated something along the lines of, I don't see a world where Myles Garrett is on the roster on opening day. Actually, no.
I don't remember that.
Was that? Or was that... That could have been Stafford or Cup. I don't remember. It doesn't matter at this point. Frankly,
well, we did talk about that.
I said. Yes. And I'm just going to selectively eliminate it from my memory.
Never happened.
Never happened.
Nope.
Frankly, I know it's not listed
as
a need.
Take it.
They still need edge.
Yes, they do.
Off the other side. I know that you were just going to say the same thing. But,
yeah.
You know, they have Denzel Ward at cornerback. They have Jerry Jeudy at wide receiver. They don't necessarily have great depth, in my opinion, at either position.
Agreed.
But
Lord and Savior Cedric Tillman, though, would like to have a word.
Well, I agree. But was it PFF? Somebody put out a graphic yesterday or the day before of the top wide receiver duos in the AFC North, and it was like, pick your favorite duo. Oh, and it was DeAndre Hopkins and Zay Flowers, which pissed off every Ravens fan who said it was Bateman and Flowers and that D-Hop is the 3 at this point. Pickens and Metcalf, Chase and Higgins, and then it was just Jerry Jeudy, and they didn't even have a duo with him.
I mean, I guess it's because he only really got to play like 3 games and he got hurt, or 4 or 5 or whatever it was. But
I just thought it was funny that you're saying who is the best duo, and then your duo is Jerry and Jeudy.
Yeah.
Anyway, all that to say, let me look at this real quick. What's their depth chart look like?
All this to say, Jackson Dart.
Quarterback's not out of the picture. I mean, I do think that they're going to snag one of Kirk, Wilson, or Rodgers. I think they get one of them. I don't really think Rodgers goes there, so I think it's going to be one of Kirk or Wilson.
I still think it's Kirk until it's not, because that's just what I've thought for so long, but
I've
heard zero buzz about it.
But since Kirk isn't technically a free agent yet.
And the Falcons could hold him hostage. I don't think they will, but they could.
The longer they hold on to him, in my opinion, the worse situation they put themselves in, but that's neither here nor there.
That's not surprising. I mean, They
have Emerson, Newsome on the other side. Yeah. That doesn't really change anything for me. But Isaiah McGuire right now is their starting defensive end opposite Myles Garrett. And that's not going to work. So, as much as it pains me to do this, I'm giving them Abdul Carter.
Yeah, that's a nasty, talk about wide receiver duos. I think that has the potential to be the best edge duo in the league. I know you don't want to hear that because of, y'all have a really good edge duo too.
We have the best edge trio, then that's fine. They can have the best edge duo.
Yeah, that's fair. Until they get like
TJ.
And then for some reason they draft like James Pierce in the 2nd round.
Yep. Well, who? The Browns, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, because he's athletic enough. He could just rush from the inside.
Mm.
Actually, they would. No, I guess in that case they would take Jalen Walker. But yeah, no, I if Carter's there and they are not taking a quarterback, I mean, it's kind of the same situation with the Titans, except the Titans don't have any edges. But I think for the Browns, if they fall in love with one of these quarterbacks, like if Ward is still there or if they love Shador, I wouldn't doubt it on draft day if that's what they did. Because they need cost-effective. They need cheap quarterbacks, really, because they're still have to pay Watson so much. Even if they get out of some of it, they're still, a lot of money on the books for him. So rookie quarterbacks or a veteran that is already being paid by somebody else are kind of their 2 big options. So Russ, like you already said, Kirk possibly, or a rookie. And I think if I was the Browns, I'd be taking Carter because that's just a nasty combo. Like,
Yeah.
I hate it because it's the Browns and they don't deserve that, but they just keep having shitty quarterbacks. I guess it won't matter.
Yeah. I was gonna say if I was
Um,
the Browns, I would definitely do it, but I'm very glad that I'm not the Browns. So
yeah, I think 99.9% of people would say that, even most of the Browns fans.
yeah.
So the Giants here, I don't know why. I just can't see them. I don't know. I have a hard time seeing them taking Travis Hunter. Maybe that's just a me thing. Not that they couldn't use him. Um, he's best player available for sure. But this kind of goes into the same thing, and it's hard because are they going to get Rodgers or Russ? Okay, if they get Rodgers or Russ and they actually like Shador, they're still taking Shador.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rodgers would be an awesome mentor for uh, Shador. Just
Mm-hmm.
also want to throw that out there. If they got Rodgers and they like Shador, I think that would be a nice little pairing. I'm not. To be honest, I don't know what to believe with Dart or Shador in terms of where they're going. I have no clue.
Yeah.
You could tell me they're 3 quarterbacks going in the top 10, and I would be like, okay, sure. Do
You
I
could tell me
think
that
that
one quarterback goes in the first round, and I would also believe you.
Yeah, exactly. If I had to guess, like if I had to do like an over under, I'd probably do. I think 2 are probably going to go.
My over under is still set at 2.5. I think personally.
Right. Sure.
I think Dart
Um.
sneaks into the end of the first round, so I'm going on the over for that. But
Yeah.
there's a
You
world
know,
where it's
and we'll get to it, but I mean,
2 or
there's some
1.
teams. Yeah, I mean, the Browns, the Titans, the Giants, like these first 3 teams could all use them as of right
Mm-hmm.
now. The Raiders, I don't care that you signed Geno Smith. I could see them taking one, possibly, maybe not at 6, but trading back up. Like, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Um,
Well,
the
even if they
Jets,
do at 6, frankly,
yeah, I mean, you
Gino
pay
would be
Geno, but
again.
like
We talked about
you,
Gino's a great mentor, I think, for Shador as well.
yeah, yeah, for sure. The Jets, I don't think would do it first round now, but they could. I mean, I mean, they're not paying Justin Fields like franchise quarterback money. They're paying him good money, but like if they love somebody, I doubt that happens. But they're a team that hypothetically could. The Saints hypothetically could. Um, I mean, then there's a stretch of probably not until you get to. You can make a case for Seattle, but I doubt it. With them paying, they actually paid Darnold a decent amount, and he's young enough where I doubt that would happen. But then you get to the Steelers, and we'll get to that one. Um, but yeah. So all that in saying is, I think I'm leaning going Shador here, and I think it's an unpopular thing now because you see him fall to like the end of the first a lot to like the Steelers or um, someone trading up or them saying he's going to go in the second round, and kind of like we just said, like he could. I think talent wise, in terms of just how talented he is, I think he probably belongs closer to the end of the first round. Like where Jordan Love went. Like I think they have similar. Um, Love might have been seen more of like a ceiling player, but I think in terms of like value, that's about where I would be comfortable taking him unless I just loved him. So um yeah, but
I agree.
again, the Giants don't have anything. Even if they get Rodgers, even if they get Russ, it's a year or two thing. Um and if I felt better about Travis Hunter going there, I would just do that. But I just don't it just doesn't feel right to me. Like the fit for some reason with I don't know. He's kind of like the wide receiver that they like to have, but I mean they just paid Slayton.
Mm-hmm.
They obviously have neighbors. Wandale is underrated as could be. I like Wandale Robinson. So I mean that's like their 3 guys. Could you still use Travis Hunter wide receiver? Sure. Um, if you look at corner, Deontay Banks, Drew Phillips is a nice slot for them. They just got Paulson Adebo, who I love, or I always loved him. I loved him coming out from Stanford a lot. Now, could you fit Hunter in there? Sure. but I just don't know that and they still have Cordell Flott, who's an okay 4 for them.
Yikes.
He's an okay 4. You gotta give him that.
Sure.
Anyways, I'm gonna give him Shador just for now. Maybe when we get closer to the draft and we're like, okay, he's probably gonna fall, then we'll have him fall. But I just don't see it. It seems like smoke and mirrors to me. So I'm gonna put him here at 3 to the Giants.
I agree, and again, until Aaron Rodgers makes up his mind.
2 months from now.
Yeah, could be. I don't. So this is the conversation I was having with a coworker who was a Giants fan the other day. Aaron Rodgers, the worst thing that Aaron Rodgers could do for Aaron Rodgers right now is sign a contract with somebody.
Yeah.
The worst thing that Russell Wilson can do right now is sign a contract with somebody.
Well, unfortunately for Russ, he has to wait for Rodgers because everybody wants Rodgers over him.
Right. So you're in this situation, except for the Browns for some reason they haven't talked about Aaron Rodgers at all.
I think Rodgers probably told him to F off.
So. That's very possible. But, like, if you are a team waiting on Aaron Rodgers, then you're waiting on Aaron Rodgers. And then if Aaron Rodgers decides to go to the Steelers, again, we'll talk about this more later because I know that it's your pick today, but we've talked about this already off stream. Aaron Rodgers does not prevent you from taking a quarterback in the first round.
No, he's like 41.
I mean, again, if the Packers did it when he, 5, 10, 7 years ago, whatever the hell it was at this point.
He was like 34, 35 years old.
And they wanted a succession plan in place, then doing it now, if you sign him to a 1 or 2 year deal, doesn't preclude you from doing that. And it's the same thing for the Giants. Now, if the Giants sign Aaron Rodgers, do you need to take him at 3? Not necessarily. Again, as we're going to talk about, Shador could fall out of the first round, and the Giants pick very early in the second. So it's not, in my mind, a necessity for them to do that. With that said...
Yeah, take Travis Hunter at 3 and then trade it for Shador. Get him
basically, that's an option.
That would be sick.
It's an option. Or you go offensive line, you take a right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
You could trade back to grab Membu and then trade whatever it was that you got, basically, to move up from your second-round pick to grab Shador late in the first. I don't know. There's a lot of TBDs at this point still. But we talked about this every week so far, and I'm going to bring it up one more time. Joe Shane and Brian Daboll are on the thinnest ice imaginable, and as much Ozempic as Daboll wants to do, that thin ice isn't going to hold for very long. So,
I hate that I was going to make a joke just like that. Sorry, continue. I was thinking the same.
If they miss out on Rodgers, there is no other quarterback in the free agent pool that offers you the chance to win games as much as I think Shador Sanders does. Now, if I was an NFL GM drafting Shador Sanders, would I want him to sit for a full year before I played him? Yes. If I'm the Giants and my option is Russell Wilson or Shador Sanders, what am I going to do? I think I probably start Russell Wilson for the first couple weeks of the season and see what happens. And when he gets obliterated behind their piss-poor offensive line, I pull the trigger by week 4. And Shador starts for the rest of the season. And hopefully he's picked up enough of the stuff that he needs to work on, and Russell Wilson has mentored him enough through the process, and he has his own team of people that are going to do PR for him, and all that, Obviously, I don't think the bright lights in New York would scare him at all. His dad obviously played for the Yankees, so he kind of gets the background. And I think he's kind of been training for that his whole life. He's also used to playing behind a bad offensive line and having to make plays by scrambling around and just seeing what's out there. He is one of those weird, mysterious players because if he plays behind a good offensive line, do we see something better out of him if he can actually be a pocket passer? Maybe. And obviously, you can make that argument for every quarterback in the league. I get that.
He was even making good throws, getting his ass torched too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If he's able to make some of the throws that I watched him make at Colorado with a generalized lack of weapons, aside from Travis Hunter, and a generalized lack of offensive line, and then you put him in an NFL situation with NFL weapons and an NFL offensive line. Obviously, yes, you're also going up against an NFL defense and an NFL defensive line. I get that. But what is his ceiling actually? His ceiling might be higher than people think it is, because if you watch the tape of him, it doesn't look amazing. But if you are a coach who is like, okay, my job's on the line, I have Russell Wilson right now under contract, along with Tommy DeVito, you've got to make the push. And again, I think if they land Rodgers, then we're talking a different conversation. I don't know that Rodgers wants to stay in New York, but if he decides that he does, then
move.
It at least buys the Giants a little bit of time, because I think that Rodgers at least could win games for them. I don't think that Rodgers is the same player he was 3 years ago. But, I mean,
he's a top 20 quarterback.
Yeah, statistically, he was good last year. He finished just under 4,000 yards. I think he was like 38.90, something like that.
It's just for his normal standard, you know.
Right, his normal standard.
He's such a good player.
And the expectation that the Jets had coming into the season because of him.
Ridiculous.
And then they acquired Devonta Adams and all. I get why the perception is the way that it is. There's also, you know, an argument to be made that the perception of Aaron Rodgers is largely clouded by his own personal beliefs, which is neither here nor there in my opinion. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But from an on-field perspective, he probably gives you the best chance to win. That's why right now I would like the Steelers to sign Aaron Rodgers. I don't really want him as the quarterback of my team. But
if you pair him with Jackson Dart, that's a nice little,
which again we'll talk about a little bit later, I'm sure. But yeah, it's if we take Aaron Rodgers, I want it to be a 2-year deal, because I don't want to be in the situation next year where we have a quarterback for a 1-year deal. They wind up playing well enough to not do enough, but not poor enough to get us into a good position to draft a guy, and then we're in a bad position. Now, I will say, and we've talked about this too, the Steelers, if they don't draft Dart this year, are in a pretty decent spot to trade up for a quarterback next year if they retain the comp picks that they're going to get. If Aaron Rodgers has a big contract, I will be at least a little bit peeved off, because he's still getting $49 million from the Jets. There's no reason that he needs to take a $20 to $40 million contract annual. He could very well sign a 2-year, $30 million deal with $20 million guaranteed and be just fine.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens, I guess. Quarterbacks are quarterbacks. It's a weird situation. Anyway, all that suffice to say, the Giants taking Shador at 3 I don't think is anywhere close to out of the realm of possibility, and I think it's a smart move for them if they decide that they, A, are in love with him, and B, if they haven't been able to address the quarterback position to that point. If they do, then you probably should be getting Rodgers a weapon of some sort, because there's nothing redeemable. Or maybe you draft an offensive lineman and you just say, we need to protect Aaron Rodgers for the 2 years we have him.
Yeah, that's fair.
And again, like you said, Rodgers doesn't stop you from taking quarterback, but there's enough quarterbacks that you could take one in the second round and hope they develop behind Rodgers. Probably second or third, if you have belief in Kyle McCord or Quinn Ewers or Will Howard or Riley Leonard or Dylan Gabriel.
Well, yeah, that's how I feel.
Anyway, Patriots. What have the Patriots done so far? A lot. I know. They've paid a lot.
Yeah, I've
Milton Williams probably takes Mason Graham off the table at this point. Not that they don't need him, or not that they couldn't use him, but when you sign a guy like that to the money that they're paying him, he probably should be your number one. Bob Spillane, they got Carlton Davis, which I don't think takes them away from needing a cornerback. They could still use a wide receiver.
Yeah.
They could still use offensive line.
Here's my question. Do you think if they could talk Travis Hunter into playing mostly only wide receiver, that he's the best wide receiver in the class?
No. I don't, personally. But if they talk him into mostly playing wide receiver, and they still play him at cornerback, some on 4D or like 4 cornerback sets or something that you're kind of rotating him in, where you want the outside corners or you're using him as a defensive weapon of some sort. There's a world. I don't think defensive back is also their biggest need.
I kind of think, and again, he would have to be playing mostly wide receiver. I don't know if that's going to actually happen. If they could talk him into that and he actually focuses on one and develops, I think he might have the highest ceiling. I mean, his ball skills and what he does after the catch is wild. I mean, his hands, he might have the best hands in the class. He just needs to work on some of his routes and like stuff that he just hasn't gotten because he is he's playing 2 freaking positions. So, yeah, I don't know that I think he's the best wide receiver for sure either. I think he's in the conversation. I think you could say he might have the biggest ceiling just because of what I've seen him do. It's kind of crazy. But he has things he has to work on for sure. But yeah, no, I just thought that is an interesting thought at least because I know he's the best player in terms of value versus all those wide receivers. But that's because he can do 2 things at a really high level.
It's the Shohei Ohtani conversation where he can pitch and he can hit. Is he the best hitter in the league? Probably not. Is he the best pitcher in the league? Probably not. But he does both at a very high level, and if he focused solely on pitching, he would do it very well. If he focused solely on hitting, I think he would do it very well, which we just saw last year. He went 50 for 50 when he wasn't pitching.
Yep.
So if that's what happens with Travis Hunter, and he specifically focuses on one or the other, I think he could be very good at that. But that's not what he wants to do. And I personally don't hold that as a knock against him. I think it just adds to the value because if he's a 10 at cornerback or a 10 at wide receiver, he's a 0 at the other. If he's a 7 or 8 at cornerback and a 7 or 8 at wide receiver, net, that's 14 or 16 points of value. And I know that's a stupid way of looking at it. I get that. But if he is able to actually keep up with it,
he could add more value to your team as a total, yeah.
Correct.
For sure.
But with all that being said, I'm taking Will Campbell. He's a variable offensive lineman. They need offensive line still. I was looking at it. Their left tackle is something called Vidarian Lowe.
Yeah.
They have Mike Onwenu at right guard. Ben Brown is their starting center because they cut what's-his-face today. David Andrews. And Cole Strange, I think, can play center.
Yeah, and I was also about to say, I said this last week, I stand by Will Campbell could be an elite center. With the way he moves and his football IQ, I think I might like him there more than anything eventually. But anyways.
So they could use him at left tackle if they wanted to. And they could use him at guard or center or anywhere on the offensive line if that's where they decide to use him.
Get your 5 best on the field.
Exactly. And I don't know necessarily today where they would use him, but I don't have to. And frankly, they don't even have to know on draft night where they want to use him. Injuries could change things, all this at the third. But he feels like a variable guy. And honestly, also feels like a Patriots kind of guy, too. So I think that Vrabel is a very trenches-centric guy. He's now added to the defensive line. They have not really... I know they got Morgan Moses, which as a 34-year-old right tackle doesn't really move the needle for me at all. They haven't touched offense outside of adding Josh Dobbs, Mac Hollins, and Morgan Moses. And that doesn't really surprise me because Vrabel is a defensive guy, so I wasn't necessarily expecting them to be all in on offense. But if you're going to build up defense in free agency, you probably should pick up your second-year quarterback who looked pretty dang good in his first year with an offensive line and some other pieces to kind of match that. I know that they list wide running back as their number 1 need. I don't love Ramondre. I don't hate Ramondre. I don't think it's their number 1 need, frankly. I think offensive line at any position, interior, exterior, yeah, that's a word. they just need offensive line. So I'm giving him Campbell, and that's that.
Yeah, no, I think we talk about it every week. The first week I think the same thing came out of my mouth. So it's just true, man. He just looks like he feels like a Patriots and a Mike Vrabel player. Like it would not shock me. I know people are saying he might last till 10 or 11, and I think that would be now 10. I guess the Bears wouldn't take him, but I think the 49ers would be jumping for joy if he
Mm-hmm.
made it that far to them.
Which again, I don't mean to cut you off, but if we were doing
Oh,
trades, this is a spot where I could see a team wanting to trade up for Travis Hunter,
mm-hmm.
having watched him fall out of the top three.
Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys could use a Travis Hunter. Honestly, if the Panthers decide that they like Bryce Young enough, I could see them grabbing Travis Hunter. They could still use another running or a wide receiver. They could certainly use the DB.
The Raiders. Ooh, the Raiders. Yeah.
The
I
Raiders
hate
could.
that, but the Raiders could definitely.
The Jets even too. I mean,
Yeah.
they have Garrett Wilson and not much else now at wide receiver. If they want to add a weapon for Justin Fields and also give themselves somebody to replace DJ Reed,
Yep.
there's a lot of different ways. Did the Jets sign somebody else? I don't think so. Did they?
Um. At
Brandon
like
Stevens, but that doesn't move the needle enough for me personally.
no.
And they haven't added a wide receiver. So okay, yeah, I stand by what I said.
Yeah. No. I think there will be some sort of trade in the top 5 if I had to guess today. I don't know where, but the past couple years I feel like there haven't been as many early trades, like early like that. But
Yeah. Well, last year definitely not. I don't think there was any until like pick 16 or something like that, was it?
yeah, it was. No, well, technically the Vikings traded up 1 pick. Remember?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, to get JJ. But besides that, I mean, and that was at what, like 11 to 10, I think. So
Yeah.
still like technically like at the very end of the top 10. But yeah, the Jaguars sitting here. We're not doing trades. I mean, they lost Christian Kirk. They could use a wide receiver. They could use a corner still. They signed Dommy Brown. You know, he's a nice little third or fourth wide receiver anyways for you. You have Gabe Davis coming back. Parker Washington looks okay playing the slot. And I know they did just get Jordan Lewis to play nickel for them. They have Tyson Campbell, but their outside corners, Jerry Jones, and that doesn't move the needle for me. So you could use a wide receiver. I know Liam's looking for another weapon for Trevor. And again, like I just said, they still could use a defensive back and just best player available. So I think, I doubt it happens that he makes it here, but I think this is what happened the first mock we did, and we kind of said the same thing. Like if he makes it to 5, I don't think Jacksonville can pass up.
I like it. The Raiders got Raheem Mostert today, so clearly they don't need a running back anymore. So Genti is obviously off the board for him.
100%. He's
No,
falling
I
to the
think
Broncos.
that Genti, and again, we talked about this last week. Again, Patriots have running back listed as their top need. I don't think it is. I think this is the top spot that we could actually see Genti go if the Raiders stick and pick, if the Raiders don't trade up to grab a different guy that they want. If they are picking here, this is the first spot where I could see Ashton Genti going. Could also see Tyler Warren here because that's just what they have liked to do the past couple of years. Eventually, their pick's going to get earlier and earlier, and they're going to spend their first overall pick on a tight end. It's going to be really great.
I also think their defense, like it doesn't show defense's needs, but like you go look at the depth chart, they have a lot of needs on defense. Not sure why they listed them quarterback. I mean, quarterback I get, but
right. Well, okay. So cornerback they could use in my mind. Safety, I think that they're okay. Jeremy Chin they added this year.
Good enough.
Isaiah Polamau, I like enough. Landon Roberts, obviously I like because he's a Steeler.
As a starter, though?
Landon?
I don't know, man. I think he's limited. Like, he can't cover it all, right?
I don't give a shit, dude. He's a fucking beast. He's replacing Rob Spillane.
I think Spillane's better. But we don't need to go down that route.
Spillane is probably better. I will say that leaving Pittsburgh, I would rather have retained Roberts than Spillane. Spillane developed into the player he is with the Raiders. If that's what happens again with Roberts, that's a different thing. But Roberts is older, obviously.
Yeah.
But
He's like
all that
30,
suffice to say, there is not a linebacker that you're taking in the top 6 picks. There just isn't.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I know. Well, probably not. Probably.
I think if they wanted to take linebacker, they could trade back. Yes, I know the Jets just got rid of Mosley, so they could technically use one.
And I don't think Jihad's going that high either, but I think I put him at 12 last week, and that might be like his ceiling right now. So yeah.
Right. They could probably trade back and have a team trade up for a Mason Graham or something like that.
Right.
With that said, Mason Graham should be on the table here, I would imagine. You have Christian Wilkins, and your second DT is Jonah Laulu, which, once again, that's not real, but that's neither here nor there. Offensive line, I know they just brought in Alex Kappa, but I think he was literally rated the worst offensive guard in football last year. They could use a right tackle. They could use another wide receiver. Who is Ramel Keaton? Keaton?
He's a Tennessee legend.
Who is that?
Tennessee Vol legend, baby.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
He is.
Yeah, sure. So Pete Carroll likes a couple different things, and one of them is not really offensive line that much. But he does like that combo of tall, fast wide receivers.
Yeah.
Ted McMillan is slipping down the boards, probably for good reason. With that said, that's not me trying to talk shit. I think he's a very talented player. Yeah, but he's had some critiques, and I don't think he tested as well as people thought he would. Combined with the fact that other people tested even better than I thought that those guys would, it has just kind of resulted in him slipping a little bit. But again, for all we know, that could be smoke and mirrors too. He could very well still go top 10.
I agree.
So, is he my wide receiver one? No, not necessarily. But I'm trying to think predictively for a team, and for the Raiders and for Pete Carroll, I could see him being wide receiver one.
Yeah, I could too.
I know I memed about Mostert earlier. That's not the reason I would not take Genty. Obviously, Genty is a different animal entirely. Mostert gets hurt.
They have such a good pick in the second round to get a guy,
Right.
Like that. It's in such a good position to get one of those Ohio State guys that I think Chip Kelly is going to pound the table for. Sadly, I hate it, but sadly.
So at 37, again, let's just play this out. If we don't go wide receiver here,
I mean, someone could flip. Higgins could be there. Trey Harris could be there.
Betch could be there. Trey Harris could be there.
Yep.
One of these top 4 guys could slip out of the first round. Again, what order you go in is kind of preference.
Technically, Golden could be there. I mean, technically
Golden could be there. Golden to me is my wide receiver one.
I feel like Amika's going to go just because he's such a safe player. But
I do too. And he's a player that I think fits really well with some of the teams that pick specifically at the back half of the first round.
Yeah.
But
he's just easy slot in to an
But
NFL
there's also
team.
the chance in my mind that a team looks at him and they say, well, he is good at what he does and he's safe, but he doesn't have the upside that we want him to have. And I'm not saying that should happen, but it's just possible something like that happens. We see talented players fall out of the first all the time. So this isn't even a knock on him specifically. This is just a depth of the overall class. And I know that we've talked about this before. This class doesn't really look that deep, but that's largely, I think, because of fantasy players who were looking at this class and looking at last year's class.
Well, yeah, we had 6 quarterbacks.
There were 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks last year.
Yeah, like that.
That's not going to happen again this year.
Will happen for a while.
It doesn't necessarily need to. This wide receiver class isn't as top loaded as last year's class, but there's depth here. I mean, we're talking about guys right now. These top 4 guys, all I think have very much startable potential in a fantasy situation.
I think it's similar to the JSN, Addison, Zay Flowers.
Yes.
You know, similar.
I think that's a good comp. That's a good comp.
And they all went at the end of the first. Now, I think Tet had more hype than any of the other guys probably had, so he might, you know, he...
Agreed, and I think Tet is also just a different player. That's the combo of size and speed and hands does not come around often.
No.
So
yeah. Moving like that at almost 6'5" is
right.
Which people thought he was almost 6'6", and I think that is also one of the things. Which, like, an inch like that, like, I don't really care, man. He plays big and strong and attacks the ball.
The inch also doesn't really matter to me when you factor in how long his arms were. His arms were so long enough.
I don't care.
He had the reach, whatever. Yeah. But, like, how many times have we seen this? Pete Carroll had DK. He had... why can I not think of the name? Who was was it David Moore?
Yes.
And there was somebody else too.
Golden Tate.
Definitely not Golden Tate.
Paul
Richardson.
Paul Richardson. Jermaine Kearse.
That was it. Thank you. Jermaine Kearse was the one I was trying to think of.
I was trying to say Paul Kearse.
And again, are they the same players? No, and I'm not trying to say that they are, but I'm not gonna waggle with it anymore. I'm just gonna take it. I don't think we've done that for him yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think so.
But
if we did, it was fun. like the first week, and I don't think we did either though. Maybe the first week, but regardless, who cares? That one didn't even get recorded, so nobody knows about it.
Yep. Cheers. This is 3 and not 4 for sure.
Yep. Sweet. All right. America's team. Peter wanted to shut everything off. It was pretty sick. All right, Tet. Yeah, good old Jets here. I have to like the Jets like 5% just because their GM has been with the Broncos for so long. Like in a very important role too. So I have to like. Obviously, I'm not gonna root for them because they're the Jets. Screw that. But I don't know. I think drafting wise, I think there might be some similarities to what Denver has done the past 5 years with what the Jets might start doing. I like Aaron Glenn. I think he's a really good potential head coach. So they've added Justin Fields, obviously. I know that was a sad day for you.
Has he signed yet, technically?
I think so, yeah, because everything was done yesterday, technically. So I'm assuming.
But have they announced
I haven't seen it, but I think. But yeah, I mean, I technically haven't seen it. I haven't technically seen any of the Broncos guys signing it either.
So I'm saying the Steelers started announcing stuff today. The Jets have not yet announced. Technically, they have not announced Justin Fields signing.
I know.
So technically, he's not.
We're gonna say he is, but on offense, they haven't really done anything else. And then on defense, I mean, they've added a few pieces, but they haven't really done too much besides add Fields that's going to really affect this mock draft, in my opinion. With Mason Graham here, I think it's just they added Byron Coart, who was, I think, played for Chicago last.
Yes.
Does not stop me from taking Mason Graham. A lot. He didn't get a big contract or anything, right? I'm not looking at the contract.
I don't.
Okay. I don't think he did, but I just want to make sure they didn't give him stupid money, and I'm talking out of my eye. Because I mean, if they gave someone like that really good money, then okay, obviously they're planning on starting him. But I'm stuck between Mason Graham and Tyler. I still really like Tyler.
Well, according to Spot Track, they haven't even signed him, so there's that.
Oh, well. Okay. I'm pretty sure Well, I guess that's just what it says on their depth chart, so maybe that's incorrect.
Maybe they did, but they just haven't announced how much it's for yet. The Jets tweeted it, so they definitely did.
Oh, yeah. Anyways. I don't know that we've given Tyler Warner to the Jets.
Who'd you say?
Tyler Warner.
I don't think we did. I think we kicked it around, talked about it, but I don't think we ever did.
Yeah, I mean they as much as I love Jeremy Ruckert, and he's played with Fields before, so maybe this is his time to shine.
True.
Finally his time to shine.
Your
I'm gonna
80
ruin it.
shares are finally gonna come through.
Dude, it's insane. I think Jeremy Ruckert and Greg Dulcich are like my two most owned players because I got them both just so cheap.
That's funny.
Yeah, and obviously neither one of them. So, anyways, we're not talking about fantasy. I think it's a good tight end and defensive line draft. I think Mason Graham's. I don't want to say his best player available because I think him and Tyler Warner are pretty close for me. They pick again. They have
42.
Okay, 42. I was gonna make sure they didn't trade their pick and I missed it. I mean, there's gonna probably be a good, decent tight end there and a good defensive line. I think that they're gonna want to give Justin Fields weapons. They just invested in him. We just kind of talked about how they could add a wide receiver possibly. You add a guy like Tyler Warren. I mean, it's just such a friendly thing for Justin Fields. I mean, it gives him a nice check down option. You can do some creative stuff with him. He can help a little bit in the pass blocking game. And I know that their offensive coordinator is probably going to have some wrinkles from what they did in Detroit and the way that they like to use tight ends and Sam Laporta. And it seems just like a awesome fit. I know that's a pretty common place for him to go in mock drafts, but it's one of those that I actually do agree that it's just it seems like it's too good to be true. But yeah, and then back to what I was saying about their GM. The Broncos have been pretty good about just taking the best guy on their board, lately at least, regardless of if everybody thinks it's the biggest need or not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, it doesn't make this case super clear because Mason Graham could be the best player on their board, but...
Well, just real quick, I want to throw another hat in the ring that you can not take, but looking at their depth chart, their right tackle is Carter Warren. And I'm just thinking Membu could be potential for a different option. Is he best player available? Maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit of a reach. Maybe whatever. But he tested really, really well at the combine, and I could see him being somebody.
Yeah,
that
for sure.
They would be interested in.
I swear I thought they had somebody.
They signed Chuks Okora for today, which is not.
So he'll start unless they do take somebody. What did they sign him for? I already forgot what the deal was.
Nothing, I think.
Yeah, probably just in case. I don't hate that at all.
Contract says he hasn't signed yet, so I can't tell you.
I definitely don't hate that. They also signed Josh Myers, right?
Yes. But he, I think, would probably play left guard for him.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And then Vera Tucker maybe could play right tackle, which I know is
I was saying left guard because John Simpson's there, and I think Josh Myers is probably better than John Simpson.
That's fair.
But
no,
yes,
I think that's a possibility.
Didn't they try that already?
No,
I guess not, because they had Becton there. So I guess they never really had a reason to, and then they had Morgan Moses this past year.
And they probably won't. I think, that is something to think about that I obviously I didn't because I didn't bring it up. I'm going to stick with Warren this time, but I think that's a good thought. for sure.
Again, it's not listed as a position of need, but I just
Yeah,
looking at
yeah.
their
Well,
actual depth chart.
yeah.
Eh.
I
Again, tight end isn't either, but yeah, I mean, they
sure.
have
I mean,
Zach
Jeremy
Kuntz,
Russell.
my legend from last year. They just signed Stone Smart, which is nothing,
Yeah,
and Jeremy Ruckert. So yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it's a little.
Yeah, you know, if they, I guess it depends on what they think about Chooks too. Which I'm sure he's probably just a just in case guy, if I had to guess. But
I think I
definitely
remember
a good
seeing that.
thought. It was pretty low, I think.
I thought so too.
I just don't remember exactly what it was. I just don't remember if
According to
it was
Spot
more
Track,
than
he signed a 0-year deal. Come on,
It
can I
sounds
get
like
anything remotely?
sounds like he's getting ripped off to me. Former Pittsburgh Steelers offensive tackle who quit midseason finds new team. That's an awesome line by Penny.
Wait, what?
It says former Pittsburgh Steelers offensive tackle who quit midseason finds new team is the headline of this article when I typed in his name. Dang, dude. I was just seeing if maybe something popped up, but that's not where I wanted to put it.
Well, I have an article from a Jets fan page that says New York Jets better have another move in store after baffling offensive line signing.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Yeah, I like Tyler Warren a lot, obviously. And I think that for a team that legit has no real option at tight end, like you said, yeah, Jeremy Ruckert has some chemistry with Justin Fields. So maybe this is the year that he finally pops off. But I don't know that you necessarily want to bank on that. And Tyler Warren just has such a diverse skill set and what he brings to the football field, what he can do, that realistically, I think he is a top 5 talent in the class, in my book. Like a top 5 overall player. So him going at 7 is not too high, in my opinion. You obviously have to factor in positional value, things like that, yada yada, so on and so forth. But we talked about this too off stream, and I forget if I brought it up. It seems like over the past 2 or 3 years, teams have slowly started getting away from positional value being a thing that factors into where you draft a guy.
Especially for Dan Campbell.
Especially for Dan Campbell and Dan Quinn, or not Dan Quinn. Aaron Glenn is coming from that same pipeline, obviously. So the Jets have had success with doing that, or the Lions have had, the Lions have had success with doing that with Jahmyr Gibbs and Brian Branch and Sam Laporta and Jack Campbell. So the Jets doing that here doesn't really throw a wrench, in my book, into what they're trying to do.
Right.
Let me take a look real quick at what the Panthers have done, because they added Bobby Brown, Tershawn Wharton,
Rico Dowdle, baby.
Trayvon Merrick, Rico Dowdle, Jonathan Brooks is dead. J.C. Horn is the highest paid DB in the league.
Yeah, if you look on their depth chart, Jonathan Brooks' name is like in dark red.
Yeah, well, that's just because he's on IR still.
I know, but it
is
you
funny.
said he's dead. It's just kind of like
that's
dark red.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything stopping me from taking Mason Graham?
No, I mean they added 2 defensive linemen, but I don't think it stops you now.
I mean,
personally,
they tried really hard to get Milton Williams, from what I gather.
Yeah.
So Bobby Brown doesn't do anything for me, realistically. If they really like Bobby Brown enough, they can bump Tershawn Wharton, because Tershawn Wharton certainly doesn't do anything for me.
Right. I can see them maybe taking Barron, but you know.
Yeah, I could too. Chow Smith-Wade doesn't move the needle for me, but it's just a matter probably of this point of looking at who's the BPA, which could be Barron for you. They could go edge too, like actual edge. They have Clowney and DJ Wanham. So this could be a spot where we see the first edge rusher come off the board.
That's the next thing I was going to say. Yeah.
But I think Mason Graham's skill set and what he can actually...
Evero likes to rotate, not to interrupt you, but Evero likes to rotate defensive linemen a lot. So just because they signed 2 guys, I don't think it stops you from taking him.
I agree. And, yeah, like you said, that's correct. And they have A'Shawn Robinson, they have Shy Tuttle, they have guys lower on the depth chart here that I think are functional players that if they needed to rotate them in, they could. There's just nobody that sticks out to me as...
Who is Popo? Can we talk about that?
Popo Aumave?
Yeah, sure, if that's how you want to say his last name.
He's an Oregon boy, in case you couldn't tell by his name.
Oregon or USC, yeah.
Or Utah.
That's true.
One of the 3.
Heard it before. Anyway, sorry.
I'm going Mason Graham. I'm not going to dilly-dally on it too much. I just think right now he and Genty are the top 2 players available, and Genty is not anything that they need after signing Rico Dowdle.
Yep.
They have Chuba Hubbard, obviously, and I still like Jonathan Brooks, even though he's buried now and is definitely ripped, gone forever. If they took Ashton Genty, I would, honestly, if I was a Panthers fan, I would sell everything that I own of the Panthers and probably start considering moving to Canada or something. I don't know. So, to prevent that from happening, I'm going to just take Mason Graham and hope that their situation is developed beyond that. I know, again, this isn't necessarily the biggest thing in the world because Dave Canales was offense for the Buccaneers, but the Buccaneers have Vita Vea, and the Panthers certainly do not have a Vita Vea. And I'm not saying that Mason Graham is Vita Vea, but Mason Graham is a hell of a lot closer to Vita Vea than anything the Panthers currently have. And I think that he makes a more tangible difference in that division. I think that's what we talked about too. Actually, now that I'm thinking about this, we might have given them Mason Graham last week. I forget. But I definitely remember talking about...
I think I gave them... No, I gave them Kenneth Grant.
You're right. You did give him Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
But we talked about their division and how much they want to run the ball and everything like that. And I still stand by that, even though I know they added a DT. Adding arguably the best one. Again, maybe Kenneth Grant's up there. Maybe some of these other guys that you feel are higher up. But adding a very solid one for sure for the Panthers, I think, is a good fit.
Yeah, I think they could still use a guy like that. It's definitely a good fit for him. I think we've given him D-tackle a few times now, so it's obviously still a need. The Saints are stressing me out a little because I think they're just going to do something awful. I just have a feeling. They signed the Broncos legend Isaac Yiadom to be their left corner.
Well, they re-signed him. They brought him back.
Yeah, but they gave him a
bag, 3-year deal.
Decent little deal, yeah. Kool-Aid obviously is their other one, and then Taylor, Tennessee legend, is their nickel. They can still take Barrett.
Justin Reed too in free agency this year.
They did add Justin Reed and Tyrann Matthews. I think they did something with his contract. I don't even know if they extended him or they restructured, but they did something and they added a year, I think, at least. So,
well, it's the Saints, so probably.
Yeah, they probably just added 4 years and did their bullshit wizardry stuff that they.
Well, what do you call it? Wizardry when they're $8 trillion over the cap every year?
No, but
also, this
I can still
Chase
see
Young
them
as a
taking
backup. Real quick, I just want to talk about this. Our lads has Chase Young as a backup, and they just paid him how much money?
Yeah, it's because they have it listed left defensive end, nose tackle, then defensive tackle, and then right.
Right.
It's kind of weird how they have it listed. I would imagine he's starting opposite of Jordan Cameron, but
Would too.
Yeah, I think they just.
Also, you said Jordan Cameron.
Dude, tight end legend, Browns legend. Cameron Jordan. So I'm just reading it on the depth chart, and they, have it have his last name first.
That's funny.
Anyways, I don't think they'd take Janae Barron. I did do this in a mock once where I gave him thinking, okay, well, he's kind of just like Honey Badger. So
Mm-hmm.
let's just have him learn from Honey Badger and replace him in a year or two.
I actually don't hate that, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do that here. I'm thinking two things. Looking at their depth chart, Trevor Penning's been not good. Huaga's playing left tackle for them. I think their interior's kind of set. Part of me thinks that they could take Membu. I don't know if they're still. I kind of think they're going to give Penning another year, so I'm not going to do that. But I think it's a thought. It just depends on what they really think.
Do you think
about
that they
Penning.
would bump Trevor Penning?
I thought it moved him inside, but I
Inside.
think I think they like Cesar Ruiz, Eric McCoy, and Nick Salvaderi enough. I mean, maybe he replaces Salvaderi, but he's young and he looked okay. Possible, though, yeah. Definitely possible. Oh man. I think that I think they really want to add a weapon.
I do too, because
Is
they
what I
need
think.
somebody, because Chris Olave is dog shit.
Well,
So they should just take better Chris Olave. And
Olave and Shaheed like to get hurt. Bub Means is awesome, but also not that good.
Bud means business.
At least not. He means business, but maybe not good.
They also just re-signed Jawan Johnson to a big deal, so I don't think
they
tight end
did.
is necessarily something I would consider a need for them anymore.
I agree, which is why I'm going to give them Matthew Gold at 9.
Yep, the better Chris Olave.
I don't think they play the same, but I'm not going to argue with you.
They don't at all. But I just wanted to say something.
Anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna. For them, it's just getting somebody like best case scenario, Shaheed and Olave stay healthy, and then you also have Golden. Like you have 3 solid wide receivers. Shaheed's best as a 3, anyways. I think Olave and Golden are a nice little pairing. And if they all stay healthy, then you have, a nice little trio for Derek Carr, whoever you want to play quarterback for you. And 9 might sound early. He could go. It's one of those players that we're getting to that point. He could go here at 9, possibly. I think, unless for some reason the Raiders want to go like full Al Davis and just take the fastest wide receiver and take him at 6. But I think this might be like his ceiling before it was like the Cowboys, which probably is still his ceiling. But I'm gonna make it kind of a spicy pick here.
I mean, like we talked about, I think that to me, you can make an argument that wide receiver 1 is between Travis Hunter, Matthew Golden, Ted McMillan. I like Egbuka. I don't think you can really make an argument for him being wide receiver 1 amongst the crowd that we have. To me, there's a tier somewhere in the realm of Hunter, McMillan, Golden, and then to me there's a shift into Egbuka, and I think he's probably in a tier by himself, and then I think Burden is in a tier below him. And
I'd probably put them in the same, but
it's close. It's like a 2A 2B kind of situation. It's not like a full tier. It's like a half tier in my mind. They're close enough that, again, I think that they do different things enough that a team could want to take Burden over Egbuka. I mean, there's a team that took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson. So by what I'm saying is this, anything can happen, but there's a world, because to me, and again, I'm not an NFL scout, I'm not an NFL GM, I'm not an NFL anything that is going to be sitting down on draft day with any real, tangible responsibilities of making any decisions that are going to impact anybody's lives. I have Matthew Golden as my wide receiver 1. So if there's another GM that's out there that feels the same way about it, there's teams in the top 10 that need wide receiver. And again, Ted McMillan went at 6, which you could make the same argument of that's too early for him because he has blah, 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 that's not great. Sure. But if the Saints identified Matthew Golden as their wide receiver 1 and they saw Ted McMillan go already and they started worrying a little bit because the Jets could use a wide receiver. The Panthers wide receiver core is a weird one. They have Coker, they have Thielen, who they just brought back on a smaller contract, and then they have Leggett. So, do they need a wide receiver? No, not necessarily. But also, did any of those guys play well enough last year to warrant not taking a wide receiver? Not necessarily. So they could. So maybe the Saints are just overjoyed by the fact that Matthew Golden was even there at 9, and we're just happy to get him. It's possible. Again, to your point, it's not necessarily... Maybe it's too high. Maybe it looks too high right now. But until more things shake out, there's still a lot of wide receivers out there that are available. As some of the dust settles, I think we'll have a better idea of what that kind of stuff looks like come draft day. But to me, it's not unreasonable. I think that there's a world where the Raiders could go Matthew Golden at 6 because they like their fast wide receivers. They, have a big thing for taking players from schools that don't pan out. And they deserve nothing but disappointment. So if Matthew Golden is the next just Texas receiver, they could take him at 6. Yeah. With that said, we're on the Bears. And I think that I would take Genty for them here, but I'm not going to do that because we've done it so many times, and I just want to look at a draft where Genty gets past 10.
Yep, I like that. Broncos, baby, let's go.
Something different, something... I don't know. We'll see. They have added to the interior offensive line heavily. I don't think that they're in a situation where they need a wide receiver anymore. They added Olamide Zaccheaus. That doesn't really move the needle for me. You could probably still add a slot receiver, but I don't think that's something you add in the first. So where do you add? They apparently like Braxton Jones a lot. They like Darnell Wright, I think, enough, but they want to still give him a shot there at right tackle. Linebacker looks okay.
He's been the only good offensive lineman for them, to be honest.
Yes.
He's actually been good. So.
Correct. So you have Kevin Byard, who's not getting any younger. Jaquan Brisker, who they took a couple years ago. Jalen Johnson, who's been one of the best cornerbacks in the league. You have Tyreek Stevenson, who's been good enough, I guess. And then Kyler Gordon. They added Grady Jarrett and Dayo Odeyingbo, so I don't necessarily think they need to go defensive line. But, again, we talked about Ben Johnson, who's aged 100 years in 50 days.
Rest in peace.
Who did they bring over as a defensive coordinator?
Definitely not looking it up.
Because I can't think of it right now.
Dennis Allen. No. Wait. Yes. Dennis Allen.
Well, that's not going to stop me from making the pick. I'm taking Jahdae Barron for him. Again, he feels close enough to a Brian Branchy type role, I think, where, and like you said, Honey Badger, Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator, it just works for me. I don't think that, in my mind, at age whatever he is, Kevin Byard doesn't prevent me from taking a guy that could play safety one day. Tyreek Stevenson and Kyler Gordon, I don't think are good enough that they prevent me from taking a guy that could play their position at some point. And it just gives you another piece to your defense that you can move around and use as a chess piece. And we've already seen that be successful within that division. So, realistically, I would probably take Genty for him here, and I think that they would go Genty if they were on the board at this pick. But they're not, and we've done that enough. So, just see something different. I want to go that way.
Yeah. I can see it happening for sure. I mean, they maybe they love Roschon Johnson and Swift, or maybe they want to add a running back later that they like. So, Yeah, the 49ers here. My first thought I had was, well, they've lost everything. They
Yeah,
literally
pretty much.
lost literally everything. And I was just gonna be like, you know what, Nick Emenwari replace Broncos legend
Hmm.
Ufunga, but they did draft Malik Mufasa last year, and he was a fucking stud
Yep.
for them. So I think they kind of already drafted their replacement, which is why they didn't pay Ufunga. And Jair Brown was okay enough for them at the other safety spot. I could see them still doing it, but it kind of threw it. I had forgotten about that, so that's the way I was gonna go. They still need offensive line horribly. Um, Basically every position besides Trent Williams, in my opinion. I mean, they have guys that are making it work that are okay, but it's just they could just use upgrades. Like it's their offensive line could be so much better if they actually got some talent versus just guys that are just plugging in and playing well enough.
Yeah.
And
Just look at the
I
quarterback room.
think, well, I'm gonna talk about that. Um, Brock Legend, Brock Legend, Brock Purdy
Brock
is a
Legend.
legend.
Yep.
Brock Legend is a Purdy quarterback. Um, I'm gonna give them Armand Membu because I think
That's a very
they need,
Shanahan player.
yeah, and the way that he can move in that wide zone system on the outside would be crazy actually. Like the wide zone runs that they'd be able to do with him. I think they'd be thrilled if he's there. So we're gonna go that route.
Yeah. I think as a pulling tackle, it would be
Yeah.
tremendous in that scheme.
Yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
I think that you could. Again, we haven't taken. I guess we have. We took Abdul Carter, but there's this whole weird edge
Yeah.
shift coming up soon.
I definitely
Um,
thought about it.
yeah, having not
About
landed
it.
Joey Bosa and having Yetur Gross-Matos opposite Nick Bosa,
Yeah.
I think that you could have seen a guy here. Mike Green feels like a
Or,
Niners
yeah.
type player.
Yep. That was probably the next guy I was going for.
Shocking.
But I was kind of thinking at pick 43. I think
I think there's a
there,
guy there.
there's an okay chance that Nick Scorton could be
Nick
there, or
Scorton.
Landon
Yep.
Jackson. You know,
Landon Jackson definitely feels like a Niners player because,
Jack Sawyer. Yeah. But anyways,
All right, so the Cowboys, they've made a lot of moves so far, and none of them are good.
hey, one of them's good.
Sure, $3 million
It's an
for a running back
upgrade.
is great. Listen, it
Hey,
is an upgrade for sure. He is a startable player right now. He's not stopping me from taking Genty.
no. Oh,
I'm,
definitely.
I'm
No.
again. I want to do something completely different than what we've been doing. If
Yeah.
I look through this and there's no argument in my mind to not take Genty, then I would do it. But I just am looking around. You gave him Jihad last week, didn't you?
I sure did.
Which I still think is possible.
Yep.
Um, I mean, look. This is how bad they are. Khair Elam, Peyton Turner, Solomon Thomas, Kenneth Murray are all former first round picks. I think. Maybe not Peyton Turner, but I forget when he was taken.
It was. I think he was.
I think he
I
was.
think.
They're all
Yeah.
bad. So the Cowboys just keep making moves for former first round picks that are no longer good because in Jerry's world, well, he was a former first round pick, so he has to be good in some capacity. But that's just not how
Yep.
that works. And maybe at some point that'll reconcile in his brain. He'll be able to figure that out. But until that happens, I think that they are still very much in the hunt for somebody to add versatility to their team. And I'm going to take somebody who I don't think we've given the Cowboys yet. And that's Tyler Booker. They just
Ooh.
lost
Yeah, that's a
Zach
nice
Martin.
pick.
Tyler Booker, I think, is a beast in the interior offensive line. And the Cowboys love to have a strong offensive line.
Yep.
Right now they have Brock Hoffman listed as their starting right guard. And again, that's not them listing them. This is our lads, which may not be accurate. They might actually put Robert Jones there. But Robert Jones or Brock Hoffman, to me, does not move the needle enough to prevent me from taking a guy who I think could play at a much higher level, plug and play day one. Again, do they probably take Genty here if he's on the board? Yes. They could go wide receiver, but I think with the wide receivers available, I don't know that they necessarily would. I'll make the argument that Aguka, I think, would work really well in the scheme, in the system, with CeeDee Lamb as their wide receiver 1, and he would be a very, very good wide receiver 2 for them. But they have enough holes that just being able to run the ball with a good offensive line makes a bigger difference to me than running the ball with a very good running back behind a bad offensive line.
I agree, Javonte season, baby. Let's go.
Sure. I mean, the Cowboys
2 years removed from that injury. He's going to...
second round, but sure.
2 years removed.
If that helps you sleep at night.
No pun intended. Yeah, he's unfortunately had to turn into a really good third down. Sadly.
Yeah.
He was honestly still an elite pass blocker. And awesome out of the backfield catching the ball. It's just he lost his burst and his power that he had. Anyways, I'm not going to sit and dwell over that. The Dolphins here are taking Kenneth Grant. I'm not even going to I'm not really questioning anything else. The only other thing I thought of was taking Malachi Starks because they lost Holland, but they signed Ashton Davis. They signed Ifiatu Melifonwu.
Dude, I fucking... by the way, Ifiatu Melifonwu was absolutely one of my biggest draft darlings from that draft class, and I
remember.
So sad that they got him. I'm also happy for them, but
yeah,
I know I saw Kyle Krabs reacting to getting him, and he's very excited to have him, which doesn't surprise me.
He also liked him a lot. Yeah, he also liked him a lot. I remember. Fun player, but their defensive line is Zach Seiler, Matt Dickerson, and Neil Farrell, and those are the 3 players they have for 3 positions. They have no depth, not one other player on the roster. 3 players for 3 positions. Only one of them is really worth starting, in Seiler. The other 2 are not. So, yeah, could they still sign guys? There's still time. There's still some guys out there for depth and stuff, sure. But if Kenneth Grant's here, I see no world unless somebody else falls to them. I mean, they signed James Daniels to be right guard. Could you upgrade Liam Eichenberg?
Yes, probably. They also just re-signed him today, which is
correct.
Something that you probably don't do if you want to upgrade off of him immediately.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have not added anything at the defensive line. And I think it's their. So, I'm going to give them Kenneth Grant and not really think about it too much more after that.
Yep. They lost Wilkins last year and didn't address it last year, and they've done nothing to address it this year. And Kenneth Grant, I don't think is the same player as Christian Wilkins, but you need something, and they have nothing. So
I think he's a better run stopper than Christian Wilkins was. Yes. Christian Wilkins just had a little bit more of a pass rush set right now. But, I mean, again, they need 2 guys, so add...
They could take one here and take one in the second round.
Yeah, dude. Surprise me. Take a TJ Sanders or something in the second round.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I was going to go with a spicy pick here for the Colts, and then they ruined it by being assholes. I was going to give them Maxwell Harrison because they love their Combine Warriors. He just put on a great performance at the Combine. But then they went out and they got Travarius Ward and ruined all of my hopes and dreams.
Pour one out for the hopes and dreams.
And they have Juju Brents, they have Jalen Jones, and do those guys stop you? Maybe not, but Juju Brents probably should. You drafted him high enough that you really probably shouldn't take another one this high, and it would absolutely be a reach if we're being completely honest about it. I just wanted to reach because I'm a jerk, and I think that the Colts have drafted very poorly in the past few years for the most part. Guys that are exciting for sure, guys that have potential, but potential doesn't always translate, and if your quarterback has potential and taps out in the middle of the game, it probably doesn't bode well for anything that you have going on in your organization.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I think that they could use help in the middle of their defense. Zaire Franklin and Jalen Carleys. Once again, definitely not a real person. Franklin, I think, has been one of the leading tacklers in the league for the last few years because the defense is so bad and he's the only player that can tackle. So I'm going to give him Jahad Campbell here.
Nice.
I think that he's versatile enough for them. I think he had a pretty decent combine too. Am I right?
From what he did, yeah. I don't know if he did everything, but yeah.
I don't think he did
Like-
either. But
On the field stuff, yeah, he did.
right. So yeah, I'm gonna give him Campbell. It's not necessarily the flashiest pick for them, and I could see an argument for a handful of other things. They still need edge rushers, I think, pretty badly. But they added Laitu Latu last year. Kwity Paye just hasn't really turned into anything. Samson Ebukam hasn't really turned into anything yet. They could add another one there. But I think that having Jihad Campbell just amps up what they're doing in the middle of the defense and takes some pressure off the defensive line to have to do everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just like the fit there for him.
Yeah, I think they could definitely use a player like that, and I think he's going to end up going in the top 20 somewhere, whereas before he was kind of seen as like maybe outside the first round, but I think he's probably a lock to go somewhere in the first round. He just has his pass rush moves are nice. He sideline to sideline guy, has good coverage skills.
He has enough twitch.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to take him off the field, really. I mean, he can stay on all the time, call the defense for you. He's that alpha linebacker that you kind of need to have, in my opinion.
He was also the only good player that Alabama had in the Outback Bowl.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
On defense.
Yeah, their defense wasn't as it has been. Yeah, the Falcons are going to take Ashton Jeanty here if he's here, you know.
Very well could.
Let's go Bijan at Jeanty, wishbone formation, pistol or something around, you know. Keep them both on the field at the same time.
No, in the backfield, go full house.
Yeah. I feel like edge is just such an easy thing to kick with Mike Green on the board.
Well, they just got Leonard Floyd.
They have Arnold Ebiketie. Drafted Braylon Trice. D'Angelo Malone. I still would like to get them right here, but
I would too, but they just don't do it. It's the part that makes me probably the most upset about them every year is that they need it and they don't address it.
They lost Grady Jarrett. They have Onyemata, Rukaro, or Horo. Their left end is Taquan Graham. Zach Harrison is in the mix. I'm gonna give him.
Don't forget Brandon Dorless though too.
Dorless too, yeah. They do have my boy Dorless. Man, I don't know. I feel like they could go Michael here because he could kind of play edge and also play like outside linebacker. Like he's kind of the tweener for them. You plug him in and he's going to stop the run for pretty well.
Their starting free safety is also DeMarco Helms.
Yeah, I think Bates will probably play free safety. I think they moved him technically to strong safety because they got Simmons, and now they don't have Simmons.
DeMarco Helms, they're starting free safety.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was going to be my next point, was to take a strong safety. I know you're thinking Malachi, but I'm thinking the other one.
Yep.
I think Stark is going to fall a little bit. I really do. I don't think he's going to go this high. I think he should. I don't think he will. He had not the best season last year, and I think some teams might hold it against him.
I'm gonna cut you off real quick, and I don't mean to do this, but I'm a jerk. So
No, go ahead.
it frustrates me again. I already talked about it. Frustrates me that they don't take the edge rushers. It also frustrates me to no end. Every single year, there's like 3 Georgia Bulldogs on the defensive side of the football that are right there, and they don't take them ever, and I don't understand why. You think at least at some point in time, I'm saying one time,
Yep.
you take the guy that's already from your state that has every single person that roots for the Falcons, probably for the most part in Georgia, is also a Georgia football fan. For the most part, I'm not saying everybody, but like one time, can you just do the obvious thing? That makes sense too, because the obvious thing normally is the thing that makes the most sense. Instead of taking Michael Penix at 8 or whatever it was, which obviously has now worked out for them because Kirk Cousins was terrible, but like one time, can you make a move that makes any sort of sense? Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take Nick Emanwari. I think that makes some sense here because I think they just need a playmaker on defense. I think is really what they're. I was gonna think about taking Jihad too, if you didn't take him. I know they just signed Devon Diablo. I don't really care that much.
Well, frankly, while we're on that topic, Devon Diablo could play safety for them if they decide to go down that route.
Correct. He's gonna probably be the nickel safety, probably. But Emanwari can also do that, and I think, to your point, I mean, DeMarco Helms is not. I couldn't even tell you what college he went to without looking, and it's Bama because I looked, but I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Yeah, sure.
You know the number of Chris Fowler games I've watched with DeMarco Helms making a big play?
Well, he's not going to make any more plays because Nick Emanwari is going to be starting.
I think he's actually, I believe he is actually a legitimate special teams player for them, so he probably will still keep making plays, but he shouldn't be on the football field to play actual defense.
No, unless you're like in dime
and like, but that's neither here nor there.
So, yeah, the Cardinals are on the clock now.
Cardinals.
AZ.
Cardinals beefed up their defensive line. Dalvin Tomlinson and Josh Sweat. I know they list Josh Sweat as an outside linebacker. He probably is in their system. They added Michael Walker. I keep with them Michael.
Yeah.
Williams. That would go well, I'm sure. Jacoby Brissett is a backup. They could use another wide receiver, and in my mind, they could still use a tackle. I know they have Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams, in my mind, could bump inside.
Yep.
They probably need a right tackle, in my mind, more than a left tackle, because Paris Johnson, I don't know, switches over.
He was good last year.
Super well, and he was good enough at left tackle that you don't want to do that. So you probably need to take a guy, if you're going right tackle, you want to take a guy that is good there. Simmons, I think, could be. He played right tackle in 22, which is also his worst year, listed in PFF. They still could use defensive line, though. Justin Jones doesn't really move the needle for me.
No, I think they could, too. And Jonathan Gannon likes to have a lot of guys to throw in there.
The question is, which one? I feel like Derek Harmon is a...
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
Cardinals-type player that could fill that role very effectively.
Adds a little pass rush to it, too.
They could still use a linebacker. Mac Wilson's a starter for them. So is Owen Papo is a backup. Your boy.
Papo, yep.
They could use a corner, though, too. Sean Murphy Bunting is there. Max Melton's there. Garrett Williams is there. And a safety. I'm going to give him Will Johnson. He just, again, he fits the mold, I think, of what they look for typically, the long, lean type guy.
Yeah.
And I think that they need cornerback more than, I know PFF doesn't list it as a need, but just looking at the guys that they have, and then looking at the way that the division is built, there's a decent amount of run. I think the Seahawks are going to run the ball a lot more this year. The Niners obviously run the ball, but not having a cornerback at all, I think, really limits your abilities. And that's maybe harsh to say about their cornerbacks, not having anyone at all, but Sean Murphy.
They could use a guy who could turn into a lockdown. Like they don't have a lockdown guy.
Right. That's probably a better way of putting it. Sean Murphy Bunting to me is a fine cornerback 2 or 3. I don't think he's a starter. Like, I don't think he should be a 1. That's, again, not starter, but I don't think he should be a 1. Max Melton does nothing for me. Realistically, I don't like him that much. I didn't like him last year.
Yeah.
And Garrett Williams, he was iffy for me.
They can be upgraded, so right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I like that pick. I don't think I've seen that yet, so but I think that makes sense if if he falls this far. I could definitely see him going there. I mean, they really like to use.
He feels like a Pat Pete, like young Pat Pete in a way.
Yeah, and less athletic, but yes.
Yes.
Correct.
And again, is that a super good compliment?
Pat Pete was an insane athlete. You could argue better athlete than like Travis Hunter, but I want to go down that route right now. The Bengals should draft something on the defensive because the Trey Henderson stuff. They've already lost Sam Hubbard. Could use a defensive tackle. I know they brought back B.J. Hill. Was he a possible free agent? They signed him again or something like that. I'm pretty sure he was going to be a free agent. They signed him before free agency started, I think. But anyways, Mike Green should be on their board here. Derek Harmon should be on their board here. Mykel Williams, I think, should definitely be on the board. Shamar Stewart, who we haven't picked yet, should be the guy that they take here. But do they not just take Ashton Jeanty? I don't care that they got P. Ryan. I don't care that they have Chase Brown. Like, is this where I don't really want him to get to the Broncos, to be honest, because I don't want to think that that's even possible. Because if I think it's possible, I'm going to be disappointed.
So, here's what I'll say. I think that the Bengals are very much locked in on being a pass-first team. And that shouldn't stop you from taking Jeanty, because I think Jeanty plays very well as a receiving back. But
I mean, yes, but they also would give Mixon 20 touches a game.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the reason why they moved on from Mixon, though, is because they didn't feel like it was necessary for the money that he wanted to do that, because they don't need to give a running back 20 touches a game. So, to me...
I guess my counter-argument, because I do agree, but I guess the way that I would think of it is it kind of helps your defense if your defense is going to be ass, like they've kind of just said it's going to be.
To have a strong run game, I agree.
You keep the offense on the field longer. Now, will they do it? I don't know, but I think part of the reason why they threw the ball so much last year is just because, I mean, before they switched to Chase Brown, like, Zach Moss was not good, and Chase Brown was just okay, and he started getting better towards the end of the year, and the run game finally started kind of working, but it kind of just wasn't working. Like, they couldn't run between the tackles. Like, Chase Brown consistently was not running. I mean, he had a great fantasy year because he got a ton of catches and, started playing better. But if you give him a Jeanty, then they can actually probably run the ball. And I don't think you're wrong, because I do think they want to primarily throw the ball, but I don't know. I just think it
Bringing back Mike Gesicki as your tight end for a 3-year deal tells me you don't care about running the ball very much.
Well, they drafted Eric All, who's a really good blocking. So I think that's kind of, if they're going to run 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers, and run the ball, which they have formations like that.
They
you
also
just throw a
Drew
team
Sample back.
And Sample, who can also block. So I think they should go Shamar Stewart here.
I think again, I think that, Genti being here is probably not realistic. And we've talked about this. I think he should have gone at 10. He should have gone at 12. But I want to do something different. That doesn't mean we shouldn't take him here, because this is something different for us. But the Bengals defense is currently set up for every game to end like that Texas A&M. Who was it? Texas A&M against who? Was it LSU? We're 74-72 after like 8
I know you're
times
talking about. I even watched the game. Was it LSU? I don't remember now. I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was LSU. It was a Braves game. Is Shamar Stewart alone going to help that? No.
No, but every piece.
But I understand. If they somehow keep Hendrickson, I guess it still doesn't really matter.
If they keep Hendrickson, you have Joseph Osai off the opposite side, who's solid-ish. Doesn't stop you from taking Shamar Stewart. B.J. Hill and Chris Jenkins. I think Chris Jenkins played okay last year, and I liked him enough as a prospect that I would trust that he would develop into something more in year 2. They have Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt still inside. I think they also battled a lot of injuries last year, if I'm not wrong.
They had a few, yeah.
So I think that if you can avoid some of those big injuries, Jordan Battle, Geno Stone are solid, Cam Taylor-Britt solid, Dax Hill solid, DJ Turner solid. Like, they at least have solid players at these positions. They're missing, I think, a big guy opposite Trey Hendrickson. And frankly, again, like we talked about, Trey Hendrickson might be gone.
Yeah.
And for all intents and purposes, you could say right now, maybe we are taking Genti because Trey Hendrickson is there, and they have Miles Murphy that I think they could bump to the other side if they wanted to. I was high enough on him as a player. I don't think he's really panned out yet. But maybe this is his year 3 jump. He takes that step up. I don't know. So maybe if we were doing this and we had Genti fall 3 weeks from now and Trey Hendrickson's been traded somewhere else, then maybe we don't. But with him having not been moved yet, and apparently I saw today that the asking price is insane.
That's what I was just saying. Yeah, they want
a 1+. Which
it is
apparently
insane.
I also saw that Trey Hendrickson's agent specifically told the Bengals that he would be worth a 1+ in a trade, but that's also the agent telling you that. And for you to trade a 1+ for a player that you then have to sign to a $30+ million extension, per year is.
If he was a little younger, I could see it just because he's always up there in sack leader. Like he gets a lot of sacks. Mm-hmm. So
he's like 31.
I think he's 30 or 31. Yeah. Which is definitely not old. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's 30, but he'll be 31.
He's younger than me. Jesus Christ. Okay, we don't have to keep talking about it. Man. I'm going to give him Shamar Stewart. I think it's the right thing to do.
Let's go.
Yeah,
it's just on the board.
Yeah, I know.
Seahawks are pissed. They would have loved Shamar Stewart.
Probably. They would have liked Manuori, too, who we gave him last week. Shoot, they might like Ashton Jeanty, too. Who knows? Just muddle up that running back room a little more.
That is true.
That
is very true.
In a Gary QBX system?
Have they added offensive line yet?
No, I don't think so. I can look, but
Anthony Bradford's are starting right guard. They have Olu at center and Sataiua Laumea, at left guard. It's tricky because I don't know if there's a guy that I would love at interior offensive line at this point. And that's probably what they need the most. I think that their tackles are solid with Cross and Lucas. So I think I'm going to go a different direction.
Yeah, well, Lucas is good. He just can't stay healthy. That's his problem, at all.
True.
So
they did also sign Josh Jones to be a backup, too, to probably give some sort of injury insurance there.
Mm-hmm.
it's just tough because I think that they really need to go interior offensive line because they've just paid Darnold all that money, and you need to protect him if you're going to have him on that contract. But I don't think that there's a guy that's there at this point.
I agree.
Also, our lads list John Reese Plumlee as their like wide receiver 6.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
There's someone on the board that I think they'd have a hard time not taking. If you think about like what Mike McDonald likes to do, think about the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Green, I think it would be disgusting. I think Malachi Starks would be gross.
Yeah, technically both.
I don't think that they have. Again, we talked about this earlier that they had. What's his name? Draymond Jones playing outside linebacker for them.
He shouldn't. I don't think he will. But
well, he's gone now, so he can't.
Oh, duh. Yeah.
They just picked up DeMarcus Lawrence, who is currently listed as an outside linebacker, which I don't love.
Same.
But I don't know that they necessarily have a choice because they have Jaron Reed, Byron Murphy, and Leonard Williams all as the interior guys there, so they might have to.
That's true.
But I don't think that DeMarcus Lawrence stops me from taking a guy because Boye Mafe was decent enough. Derek Hall, I think, is decent enough. Uchenna Nwosu is decent enough that they can get by with some of those guys, I think. Cornerback, if there was a cornerback that I liked better right now, I would take him. Because Josh Jobe, I don't think really moves the needle for me personally. And Artie Burns is one of their top players at that position, which is bad. Trust me, I know. But I think I'm just going to lock in Mike Green.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
He's a difference maker.
I think it's also just kind of BPA almost.
Yep.
If you don't include, obviously, Ashton Jeanty.
Yeah, and there's a couple guys here that I think could be in that conversation. Starks could be too, for all we know. And it might just come down to a matter of preference for them. Starks, I think, could play similarly to a Kyle Hamilton type. I think Emin Wari is much closer to that. But I'm going to give him Mike Green.
I like that, and the Buccaneers are absolutely pissed because, man, they would have really liked that.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some edge guys that I think that they would like here if that's the route that they were wanting to go. But yeah, if for some reason the Seahawks didn't take him, I know they just got Hassan Reddick, right? But,
yeah, that moves the needle.
And then you still don't have anybody else on the other side besides Yaya Diaby.
97-year-old William Golston apparently is still in the league. I didn't know that.
Well, that's it at end, but yeah.
Oh, right. They have Yaya Diaby.
Yeah. Man, the Bucks, it just feels like edge is the pick for them. I'm trying to just make sure there's not something else that I'm really missing here that they could do. Their offensive line.
If there was a linebacker that they liked enough, I could see them taking somebody.
Yes, I agree. If what's his name fell, Jihad. I don't know that Carson Schwarzenegger goes as high.
No, but they could really like Walker. They could really like Knight.
Yeah, it's just if you're gonna draft Walker to play inside linebacker, he's a 4th round pick. That's just how I see it, kind of. Fair. But if you're gonna let him do both, then it's different. Which I think Todd Bowles would use him as like an edge guy, maybe rush from the inside. That's fine. But as if you just want him to play inside backer, I don't like.
Yeah.
When Georgia used him like that, he didn't.
He did not do well.
So.
No, I think you need to use him as a stunt defensive Joker type player.
Man, you know what? I might give them Malachi Starks. I just don't think he's going to go this early. I think Jordan Whitehead and Antoine Winfield are a fine combo. Whitehead, I'm not as high on. Tyke Smith at nickel, though, too. I think Starks kind of could play that nickel for them. They brought back Godwin, so they're not going to go wide receiver. Defensive line, I think, is fine. Not taking a running back. I don't think they're going to take a tight end. Izaraku seems like their type of edge rusher. If I can get it.
That's what I was thinking. Edge rusher.
So I think that's what I'm going to do. Michael wouldn't really fit with what they want. Scorton, no, he's a little bit more of a D end. Yeah, Izaraku's like a Todd Bowles edge guy. He's solid, man. He's been solid. He didn't have a lot of sacks last year, but I mean, if you look at his numbers, I know it's just what PFF has on here, but he has the same amount of hurries as this year and the year prior. But he had 14 sacks last year and only had 2 the year before. So he was getting close. It's just he wasn't finishing the reps for whatever reason. I didn't watch any of his tape from 23, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's a guy like sometimes when you pick edges, it's like okay, like this guy's a freak pass rush guy, so we're gonna put him on the field only on third downs for now. But he's a guy that is just solid at everything. I mean, you can put him in day one, starting day one, more than likely, and he's going to be good setting the edge against the run. He tested better than everybody thought.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of checked all the boxes so far after the season. So I feel like we actually might have given him to the Bucs before, but I don't care.
Yeah, I don't remember what we wanted. But there's also a reason why we would do that. It's because it makes sense for him.
Sure, yeah.
So, I like it. 3 straight edge rushers brings us to the Broncos.
And they're pissed because they love their edge rushers.
They sure do. Which is why they're taking James Pierre. Man. Broncos have had a very good start to free agency in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Adding
I agree.
Fonga, Greenlaw, Ingram as their joker on the offense. But one thing that they haven't added yet is wide receiver, which you can make an argument they don't really need to. I know PFF listed as like their second biggest need because first biggest need. Great.
Yeah, and it's not.
Just dumb.
It's just yeah.
Sutton is fine as their 1 right now. Vele is fine as a 2. Mims plays well, also utilized in somewhat of a joker role and doing stuff, just getting yak. Troy Franklin was a bust last year, but it was 1 year. That's not enough time in my mind, if you trust his development at all.
Yeah, well,
last week I probably would have gone Loveland in this spot because they need tight end, but with Evan Ingram there, they don't in the first anyway. They'd probably take one later.
Yeah.
But you don't need to jump the gun in my mind. And he's there. And what does Sean Payton also like to have? Not just a joker tight end, but a joker running back. And Genty is that guy.
Yeah, I mean...
He's great in pass pro. He's very good with catching the ball. He is LaDainian Tomlinson-esque. I mean, look at the running backs that the Saints had with Sean Payton. Reggie Bush, Darren Sproles, Alvin Kamara. That's the guy that Sean Payton, at the end of the day, that's what he wants. He wants a guy that can run the ball between the numbers. He wants a guy that can run the ball outside the numbers. He wants a guy that can catch the ball. He wants a guy that can do everything. And Genty is that dude. Does he make it to 20? Probably not. Are you a little bit upset that he made it to 20, that you got your hopes a little bit, maybe? But I don't think it's completely unrealistic.
I think if he makes it past like 15 or maybe even like 12 or 13, I think there's a real possible hit trap.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how well they've done in free agency.
I agree.
Is it their only need? No. They could use another stud wide receiver. But at the same time, you took Troy Franklin in the 4th round.
Yep.
So he had some good plays. Honestly, if he just didn't drop a couple of those long balls, he probably would have had close to 400. I mean, I don't even know what his stats were, honestly, top of my head, but it would have looked better. He had a really good catch in that playoff game. Obviously, the only good play that we had on offense the entire game.
Yep.
So there's a world, and Sean's kind of talked about it. He said it's not as big of a need as everybody thinks because we drafted 2 rookies who we liked last year. They're developing. Marvin Mims is still developing. He's only in year 3. He's like 23 years old, I think.
Right. Well, and Vele was a 26-year-old rookie, so
he's old, yes.
So he had enough talent. They got him late, but he had enough experience and talent already to be an actual like meaningful piece to your offense. He looked not like a rookie at all because he's older than most rookies, but there's enough to build. Does he have the top end potential that a Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims does? No, but I feel very comfortable if the Broncos went into the season with Devon Vele listed as their wide receiver 2. I would feel very comfortable with that for Bo Nix's development, for the team's growth, for the team overall. Now, if you have an injury to Courtland Sutton, do I love him being the 1? Not really. But are we going to bank on injuries happening before the season starts? No. It's good to have the depth to have something back there. Always. Right. But
I think they could add somebody. And they could even put somebody in the first round.
If Tet or Golden were here, I would have a harder time taking Genty. Because I could make the argument that they should take one of those 2 guys. I would love Matthew Golden in that offense.
Me too.
But
I think it's more realistic than getting Genty, but
I do too. But with Matthew Golden going as early as he did and Genty being here, I'm giving him Genty. And frankly, if I was picking between Golden and Genty, I'm still giving them Genty. It just makes it a little bit harder, and it's more of a conversation we're going to have.
There's not many, just because of the needs that I think we have now, running back obviously being the biggest, if you add an Ashton Genty to this offense and then draft another draft someone in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, like there's going to be guys that are fine that you could add to the roster.
Let me just look real quick. How many available?
And shoot, they might still freaking sign Cooper Kupp. Apparently, they're in the running to do that. They might sign an Amari Cooper for cheap.
A free agent. Diggs, Keenan Allen, Amari Cooper, Cooks, Lockett, Woods. There's guys.
Yeah.
Are they the best guys? Maybe not. But they're definitely guys. Simi Fehoko definitely feels like a Bronco.
Well.
But we don't need to talk about that. Again, we looked at this a little bit earlier. Restrepo, Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals, Jack Betch. You add Bo Nix's brother, Tez Johnson, late. And frankly, the Broncos could take Tez Johnson in the 3rd round, and it doesn't kill him because they have.
They would just be able to. Right. And the way that they would be able to use that, it's like, okay. I mean, who really is their wide receiver, too? Like, I don't even know that it would be Vele. I mean, it could very well still be Franklin or Mims. Like, they're going to use these guys in different ways, in different formations that, like, to their skill sets, that it doesn't really matter. Like, who's your 2? Like, it doesn't really matter who's technically the 2.
Right. I mean, that's also the way that Sean Payton's offense has always kind of operated. Yeah, there is no defined role of who's your wide receiver 1, 2, 3, whatever.
Right. They use 4 or 5 wide receivers no matter what. We were using Little Jordan Humphrey a ton.
Yep.
But honestly, we were using him because of how poor our tight ends were. He was kind of playing like a tight end, to be completely honest, if you really look at how he was being used.
He also ran like a tight end, but that's neither here nor there.
I mean, yeah, well, he's almost the size of it. I think he's probably the same size as, like, I mean, he's 6'5", like 230, I think. Like, I mean, that's like some tight ends are that size. Really, some of the move tight ends are. Anyways, yeah.
He's probably also a better blocker than most of the move tight ends, frankly.
Oh, he definitely is. That's like the one thing he's actually good at. Blocking, and like for some reason, after the catch, like he makes guys miss a lot, and I don't understand how a lot of it he does.
It's very weird. It makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, me too. The good old Steelers.
Yep.
Man.
There's 2 directions I think we could go with this pick.
Yeah, and look, one of them is obviously taking from Jacksonville, right?
Yep.
I don't care, big place lays there. I still think they need a corner very badly.
I still like Trice a good amount too.
Yeah,
and Ryan Watts can kind of play corner for him.
I think they could take Starks if Starks is here.
Yep.
Was the other thing. Just because, I mean, they have good safeties, but, I mean, you could... Tomlin would find a way for this guy to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The defense. He would play. But, and I'll let you talk about it more. I don't have too much to say. I just think, obviously, you guys need to find a quarterback, and it's kind of the same thing we talked about with the Giants. Even if you get Rodgers, even if Russ comes back, even you get Kirk Cousins or something like that, you need a long-term solution, and none of those guys are long-term solutions. And maybe Jackson Dart's not either. Maybe I liked a lot what I saw on his tape. I think he needs a lot of work. I think he needs to sit for at least a year and maybe even 2. But, if you bring in a guy like Rodgers or Russ or Kirk, then that is kind of the perfect scenario for him. He gets to sit and learn. He's going to have good weapons. It's a good environment for him. Picking him here at 21, I know people are going to be like, that's just, you're taking Kenny Pickett again, but I don't think that's really fair.
Yeah,
you got to keep taking shots.
Matt Corral again.
Right.
Because he was Ole Miss,
Exactly. But I'm going to give him Dart. I think that they just need to keep throwing those darts at the dartboard and hoping that they stick and get a long-term solution there. And I think he's a good shot to take at least. So, yeah.
I think for myself personally, so here's my conundrum right now. After bringing back Mason Rudolph, if we miss out on Aaron Rodgers, I don't think we bring back Russell Wilson. If we don't bring back Russell Wilson, then we get Kirk Cousins, which is a possibility. I don't know that Kirk Cousins is necessarily better than Mason Rudolph going into the season. Kirk Cousins looked bad last year. Aaron Rodgers didn't look great
I will
coming
say,
off the Achilles, but he looked better than Kirk Cousins. Now, I think Kirk Cousins was playing through something at the end of his playing tenure, and he will be healthy by week 1.
He also had a couple good games.
He did at the beginning, but then he fell apart, which, again, is part of why I think it was an injury-related thing. I think he had an elbow something or other.
I just won't take me of him and Mason being close to the same, but maybe that's for different reasons. Anyways, continue.
Well, it is definitely. But I think Kirk Cousins should be better than Mason Rudolph. I'll say that. But I am saying that if the Kirk Cousins that showed up the last 3 or 4 weeks of him playing shows up to play for the Steelers, and the Mason Rudolph that we got the last 3 or 4 weeks of last season shows up, Mason Rudolph very well might be the better quarterback between the two on a significantly smaller contract. Granted, Kirk could play on the league minimum. I don't really know. Two things with it. One, I do not want to sign Aaron Rodgers to a 1-year deal. I would very much prefer to sign him to a 2-year deal, and I hope that it's not that expensive. Because I don't want to miss out on the 3rd-round comp pick that we're going to get for Dan Moore, which would be the best thing he ever did for the franchise. If we get Rodgers on a 2-year deal, and we have Mason Rudolph around, I don't know that we need to take a quarterback in round 1, because if Rodgers gets hurt, Mason Rudolph, I think, is capable enough to play. I don't want Mason Rudolph to be playing, but I don't know that Jackson Dart will be ready to play at all this year. And as unfortunate as that is, that's just the reality of the situation. So would I rather the Steelers hold off on taking a quarterback until next year? Not necessarily. I like Jackson Dart enough, and I think that he has potential, and at some point you have to take a guy and just try to develop him. The tricky part is when you take a quarterback in the first round, the expectation is he starts right away. And I think that that's flawed logic, and something that we've gotten away from is the process of letting a guy sit for a year. It varies player to player, but more often than not, I think it helps development more than stunting your development. We look at every year, there's a guy who's comeback player of the year worthy because he leaves the team that drafted him, where he was left to rot, and goes to a team that actually cares about his development, and they work with him and they work through different things. Last year was Sam Darnold. The year before was somebody else who I can't remember.
you can make a case for Baker, but he also did well in Cleveland. So
Yeah,
it's
I
kind
wasn't
of,
gonna say Baker,
you
but I
know,
thought there was another one. Oh, Flacco.
Geno.
I guess that's not. That's a bad. I guess that's a bad argument.
I guess you could say Geno Smith, but I mean, he
Gino, but
didn't
that was
come.
like 2 years ago when he won the Comeback Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Um,
It doesn't happen often because people don't get like that shot a lot.
right.
You know,
Once you're done, you're done. I mean, again, it's not going
even
to happen this way, but like Mac Jones could, if Brock Purdy gets hurt,
yeah,
I know I hate Brock Purdy with a burning passion. That's been my main take for a number of years now. If Brock Purdy goes down, because Mac Jones is not actually going to beat him out in a competition, but if Brock Purdy goes down and Mac Jones plays, Mac Jones could very well have a good year in San Fran, and all of a sudden we're looking at Mac Jones as the Comeback Player of the Year. I think Trey Lance is cooked at this point. I think Desmond Ridder is cooked at this point. But like, there's a couple other guys. It won't be Pickett. I think that Mac Jones probably has the best chance out of.
Oh, it's definitely Pickett. It's definitely Pickett. I forgot about Pickett.
Well, I didn't. So the difference in what you were saying, taking Pickett where we did, as opposed to taking Jackson Dart where we did, Mason Rudolph is a better quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the year 2025 than Mitch Trubisky was for the Steelers in 2022. You don't have to agree with that statement. I can tell that you're grimacing on the other side of the call. But Aaron Rodgers is definitely a better quarterback for the Steelers in 2025 than Mitch Trubisky was in 2022. We were forced to start Pickett earlier than would have been probably good for him. Now, granted, that was also partially offensive coordinator, and I think that Arthur Smith is a better offensive coordinator than what we had at the time. So, depending on how Dart does, if Dart has a similar profile to what Bo Nix did, and I think that they're very different players. I think Bo Nix was very much more pro-ready than Jackson Dart is on day one. But if Jackson Dart has the cerebrals to work through play calls and reads and all those sorts of things, which I don't know that we necessarily saw out of him at Ole Miss.
Well, they didn't make him.
Correct.
That's just not the type of offense that they run.
Correct.
And
so
also,
that's
Jackson
Dart's
like 21. He's also 21, almost 22, and not 24. So he's not.
That's another.
Which is another reason why
Pickett was a 4-year starter when we brought him in. So it's not the same. It's apples to oranges. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, yeah, it was mostly because what pick did you take Pickett? Was it 21? It was
20.
something like that,
20.
wasn't it? 20, yeah.
I think 20, 21, 22, something in that range.
Around that slot. So I know people are going to be like, oh, here's your Kenny Pickett again.
But again, my argument was when we took Kenny Pickett, I wanted Pickett to start week 1. Because I knew what Mitch Trubisky was bringing to the table was bad.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that what Mason Rudolph brings to the table is good. That's not my argument. I think that what Mason Rudolph brings to the table is good enough. And if we sign Kyle Juicy Juice and draft Cam Scattaboo or an Ollie Gordon or something like that later on, and we pound the rock with Jalen Warren as an option and Kenny Gainwell as an option, it takes a lot of pressure off the quarterback to play well.
Yeah.
And realistically, we haven't had a running game like that. Well, Mason Rudolph was there. And Mason Rudolph really hasn't had that running game at any point in his career because the Titans kind of sort of had it last year, but that was also a disaster with their offensive line. I, once again, would like to make it very clear that I am not trying to say that Mason Rudolph is a top 32 quarterback in the league. I am not trying to say that I would like Mason Rudolph to start for us for 18 weeks next year. What I am saying is if the Steelers somehow don't land Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph is the guy going into the season, you might take Jackson Dart here, but you still don't necessarily have to. And this has been a very roundabout way of me saying that I think the Steelers could take defensive line right now. We cut Ogunjobi, who was a starter for us last year. We don't have... I mean, Dean Lowry is currently a starter for us. And, I mean, no disrespect to Dean Lowry. He is not a guy that I would like to start right now.
I agree.
So I think Derek Harmon, Darius Alexander, Walter Nolan are fine fits for the Steelers and could do more of what we would like them to do. With that said, I could go either way on it.
Yeah.
If we take Aaron Rodgers and he's on a 2-year deal, I don't think we need to take Dart. If we take Aaron Rodgers on a 1-year deal, take Dart. Because
Well, you also know, even if he's on a 2-year deal, it's Aaron Rodgers. It's going to be if he wants to come back next year. It's going to have
100%.
nothing to do with him being on that second year. So really,
100%.
it's still going to be, waiting until up to the draft. Does he want to come back? And yeah, I mean, that's going to depend. Do you guys make the playoffs? Do you guys miss the playoffs for some reason? Are you a one and done? Like, is he just like, nah, like, I don't like Arthur Smith. I don't like what happened here. Or maybe he loves it. Maybe you guys go to the AFC Championship, Super Bowl, or whatever.
Yep.
And he wants to come back, or you guys win the Super Bowl and then he just retires, like,
right. And that's the tricky part of anybody that we get. Kirk Cousins, I think, is the same way. He's obviously younger.
Yeah.
I would actually probably off myself if we bring back Russell Wilson. But
luckily
frankly,
for you, I think
boat. If we bring Russell Wilson back, let's just play this out. If we bring Russell Wilson back, we don't do anything again. We probably miss the playoffs this year. But even if we don't win a playoff game. And at what point does he retire? He's now gotten booted off of 2 teams, basically. And I know technically if he gets brought back, he wouldn't be getting booted off the Steelers, but he's kind of getting booted off the Steelers because he's like 8th on the totem pole right now. When does he call it quits?
Well,
the more he plays, the more he hurts his Hall of Fame chances, I think.
I agree.
And maybe that's a flawed argument because you should be looking at the peak of a player's career instead of the tail end of their career, but he's been bad.
Yep. Even the last 2 years in Seattle, like, he was hurt, which is the excuse.
Mm-hmm.
He was hurt. So that was the copium for me when he came to the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was hurt, and then when he came back with Seattle, he did look better after he came back at the very end. He had some games where he looked like his old self, and I was like, okay. Like, he's still young enough. He should be fine. Well,
Chargers are bringing back Taylor Heineke, by the way.
Who is?
Chargers are bringing back Taylor Heineke.
Bring back Heineke. Nice. No more Easton 6th season, I guess. But yeah, I can see the same argument you had earlier. Also with like, well, you didn't say this on what we're recording now, but taking a quarterback next year, like, even if you do well and have a pick around the 20s, like, you could always trade up and go get somebody.
And this is what I was.
If you
I don't
really
know
like,
if I made this point or not, but we have the comp picks building up now.
Yeah.
Assuming that Rodgers doesn't sign a huge deal with us, we have comp picks building up that we're going to be able to have our own picks and still be able to move up and have a third and have a fourth.
And even trade George Pickens next year too.
Well,
if you
he's
need
a free agent
to
after
add
the
him
season.
on. Or
but if things aren't going well, we could trade him at the deadline.
Yeah. I just don't know that you guys signed him to what he's going to want. While you've already
fully
signed
agree.
DK.
I think that there's a world that we trade Pickens this offseason, frankly.
Oh, same.
Like before the draft, he could be a draft day trade.
Yeah. He's going to go for less than what you want, probably, though.
Probably, but I'll take 2 1s instead of 3. I mean, that'll be fine.
Oh, man. Oh.
No, but realistically, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. I think if the Steelers are actively shopping him and it leaks early, or if he requests a trade or something like that, it obviously tanks everything that we could get for him.
Yeah.
Does he go for a 2 like DK did? Probably not. But I think he could go for a 3+. I think he could go for a 2026 2. So
maybe.
It just depends on what we're looking at with that. Teams I feel like are more likely to give up their next year's picks on draft day.
I mean, the Patriots could use George Pickens.
Yeah.
Does Mike Vrabel want him? Probably not.
Probably not, but I'll take the 4th pick. I mean, if you're going to force my hand.
4th round, maybe, yeah.
We could take Mason Graham. That would be pretty sweet.
I don't know. I mean, like the Chargers, maybe.
Well, they just brought back Mike Williams, so they definitely don't need him.
Sure.
You know what team needs a wide receiver? Seahawks.
Broncos? Yeah. I actually, well, I did a mock the other day where Tet fell there, and I gave him Tet.
The Seahawks? So, yeah, I mean, that would make sense to me. I think...
If you fell that far, that would be a slam dunk, I think.
No, we didn't do that last week. I think I did a mock where that happened for me, too. But Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been
I think I
rambling
said
about the
something about
Steelers.
it last week at least.
That could be.
Anyways, yeah, yeah,
I've been
yeah. I
rambling
think
about the Steelers for too long. My point is, if we take Dart, I'll probably be happy, pending the situation. If we take defensive line, I'll be happy, pending the situation. But like, you got to move up for a quarterback at some point that you like. Uh, it's happened time and time again. Even if it is a guy that's going to sit here, you just have to have somebody that in front of him that can do it. The Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes and he sat a year. The Bills traded up
yeah.
for Josh Allen and I think he sat a year, or sat part of
No,
a year.
he said it first, but
They
I
went to
think it
him
was
pretty
because of an
quick.
injury. He had to get in.
That
Yeah,
might be right. Oh
I
wait,
think it
was that
was
when Tyrod
injury.
Taylor got killed? No, that was in that was in
No,
L.A. That
he
was
got
when
killed in the
Herbert started.
Chargers. I forgot who their starting quarterback was. I almost said Tavares Jackson, but I don't think that's right.
Yikes!
I don't remember, but I feel like somebody got hurt and he
Let's
had to
see.
play, and he just kind of played like backyard football. Like you could tell he wasn't ready yet, but he's just Josh Allen and built different and figured it out.
Nathan Peterman,
Did he start?
Derek Anderson, and
Maybe.
Matt Barkley were their other quarterbacks that year.
Well, I thought Barkley he was there for a while. I know for sure Allen didn't start like week 1. He came in early though, like the first 4, like maybe week 3 or 4 or 5. If I had to guess. Without
Nathan
looking, I
Peterman
guess
was the
I could.
starter to start the season.
Guess that was that year that they. Oh, maybe he didn't get hurt. Maybe that was the game he threw like 4 picks in like the first quarter or something like that.
He got bent. He completed 5 of 18 pass attempts
Yeah,
for
I
24
remember
yards and
that.
2 picks. He had a 0.0 passer rating. Got benched for Josh Allen at halftime or in the third
That's
quarter,
what it was.
and then Josh Allen started from there out.
Jesus
They lost
Christ. Yep.
47-3.
Yeah. Good old Peterman. It's hilarious because I have my first year at Tennessee. No, nobody's gonna care about this. My first year going to Tennessee, he was also the freshman. He's the same uh, grade as me. Um, he was freshman quarterback, and I saw him on campus a bunch. I remember freshman orientation. He was there sitting like on the railing of one of the steps in one of the buildings there, and like he had like a posse of people around him. And everybody's like, "This is the future of Tennessee Vols football," and I like shook his hand and stuff. And I was like, "Oh, sweet, yeah, yeah, all this." And he ended up just being dog
Ass.
shit at Tennessee. So, dude, so bad. Like lost so bad. He ended up being better and finished his college career better, and now he's like John Gruden's favorite person in the world. But anyways, I'm not gonna ramble about that.
Would you rather have Joe Milton from Tennessee or Nathan Peterman from Tennessee?
Now or in college,
I'm saying Tennessee version of Nathan Peterman and Tennessee version of Joe Milton.
Joe Milton
Okay,
by far.
good.
Yeah, by far, not even close. Joe Milton had some okay games. Peterman at Tennessee specifically was absolutely one of the worst quarterbacks that I have ever seen play.
I want to pull this up now.
Like horrible. And then he throws those 4 picks or whatever, the Bills or whatever
I thought it
you
was
just
5.
said he
I
did.
thought it was 5 in the same half.
Yeah, probably. I think it was. And I remember watching that live or on Red Zone or something and just cracking up. No offense to Nathan Peterman. Seems like a nice dude now, but Jesus Christ, dude, I was cracking up because
it was just 5 interceptions in the first half, and then he got benched for Tyrod Taylor.
I think at least 2 were pick sixes too, unless I'm mistaken.
That might be right.
Like just right to the defender, just like no room to run, or like all the room to run. Like I know one had to have been because I can like visually see it in my, but I feel like it could have been too. Or maybe I'm just misremembering.
I'll come back to it later,
entirely.
but yeah, something like that.
All right, good old Chargers.
Yeah, what do I want to do with them here?
Sniped Janty from him, sniped Evan Ingram from him. What are these little lousy Chargers going to do? Crybaby Chargers. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Well, they addressed wide receiver with Mike Williams, which doesn't stop me from taking one. But doesn't mean that they have to force their hand with it. Adding Najee Harris means I don't have to force my hand with a running back. In my mind, they could still go defensive line somewhere in here. They could really use an edge rusher after moving on from Joey Bosa. There's a lot of things they could do, but Colston Lovin is probably the most obvious one. I think that's what we did for him last week, and I'm going to do it again here.
Good, because I've already made the pick.
Perfect. So
yeah, makes too much sense. And they didn't get Ingram, so it just
they need
they
something at tight end,
really
and he
need tight
has
end.
experience with Harbaugh. It just makes sense.
Yeah, too easy of a pairing to not do it there. Packers. I hate drafting for the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it because just they're never gonna do what I want them to do.
Nope.
And then even when I try to guess what they do, they just still do something different.
Yep.
I think Malachi Starks would be nice for them. I cannot see them doing it.
I could, but yeah, I don't think it would be their top thing.
I don't think he meets their size threshold that they like for safety.
True.
Or for any position. I think that's the biggest reason why I couldn't see them. I mean,
they also took Javon Bullard last year, and they still have McKinney coming back this year.
Yeah. I'm not giving them a wide receiver. I don't care. Don't care. I'm not doing it. They got Aaron Banks. They might have the most versatile offensive line in terms of just like everybody can play like every position.
Yep. Other than
like,
Rasheed Walker.
Correct. I think he could play guard though. I feel like he played guard.
I think he could play guard, but I think Zach Thomas
but not
plays
center. Sure. Right. Yeah, I don't think I would have liked to have given them Gray Zabel, but I don't think that they go that route now.
Rasheed Walker is also listed on our lads as their starting left tackle, and I don't know that I love that.
I think he had a good season last year, unless I'm misremembering.
He may have, but they have no depth there either.
Yeah, but it's kind of how, I was saying, like, everybody can play like every position. Jordan Morgan's listed at guard. He could play tackle. I don't know. I can see them adding an offensive lineman for sure still. I'm not counting that out. I do think they have Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness, Kingsley. I think we gave him an edge last time. I can still see them taking Michael Williams. Just fits their size profile of a defensive end. Seems like an easy pairing to me there. Even Nick Gordon. I mean, dude's like 6'4", 280 something, I think. Well, he played heavier. I think he's going to lose some. He wasn't so good last year, so he's going to lose a little weight. And but still. Honestly, you know who should be playing left tackle for them? And not center?
Yeah.
Is Elgott and Jenkins. He's a good tackle. They just moved him to center because they have best. I'm going to give him Gray Zabel. That literally does give them the most versatile offensive line. Because Zabel could play any of the interior positions. He technically played tackle in college. He won't do it in the NFL. But if you're in a pinch, he could. Aaron Banks could play all three. He's played a little bit of center before. Sean Ryan could play tackle. He's played tackle before. And guard. Zach Thomas played you literally just throw all five of those guys in whatever combination you like the best. And it's probably going to work out. So, yeah, talk myself into it.
I like it. The Vikings, man, they have had a very good start as well to free agency.
I agree. They overpaid a little bit for somebody that I can't think of. But besides that, I mean, again, you're going to overpay.
They paid Will Freeze, I think. Either him or Ryan Kelly. I thought it was Will Freeze.
I think it was good old Will Fries.
They got like a 5-year, 80-something deal, something like that.
Yeah. But
for guard,
Jonathan
really
Allen and
we've seen guards get a lot of fucking money.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave they got for cheap. Isaiah Rodgers they got for cheap. But if the board falls this way, there's two things I could see him doing. One is going running back. I know they just re-signed Aaron Jones to like a 3-year deal.
I think it was 2.
It wouldn't hurt to have some depth behind him.
No, it wouldn't.
But I'm taking Malachi Starks. They lost Cam Bynum to the Colts. Yep, he may not be a perfect fit there, but they have Mekhi Blackman at cornerback. Byron Murphy, they obviously like a lot. They paid him a good amount of money. He might have been the one that we thought was an overpay. But honestly, after looking at it, the way that it's set up, the contract, I thought it was good. He's getting less money than some of the other guys that are in the same tier as him. Ivan Pace is a little bit undersized. I think he played well enough for him. Van Ginkel, Bernard, Blake Cashman. Starks is just going to be something that they can use as a weapon somewhere. And I think that Flores likes those kinds of guys a lot. Flores,
I don't know if you said
that,
right? Yes, and you probably said this, but I probably zoned out when I was thinking about my next pick. But Harrison Smith is only like on a 1-year deal. So
yep, I didn't say that, but yeah, Harrison Smith is also old and bad.
Yeah, exactly.
And Justin Tellis is their starter at the other position, so like he's going to be able to sub him out. And honestly, Harrison Smith, just to keep him healthy, he should probably be in more of a rotation than what he was before.
Right.
And I don't like Jay Ward, Bubba Bolden, or Theo Jackson enough to be able to rotate those guys in, personally.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good pick. Good value. Yeah, I have no idea where Starks is going to go. He's, again, I've said it 1,000 times, but he could go second round for all I know. I don't agree with it, but good old Texas. So. Mika's just seems like too good of a pairing, but I'm not going to do it this time.
Stroud gets his guy
Christian
back.
Kirk definitely.
I know what I'm doing here, personally.
Christian Kirk doesn't keep me from doing that, but there's a chance maybe they still bring back Diggs. And I mean, that still wouldn't keep me from doing it. But
there's something else that keeps me from doing it personally.
I mean, I'm probably taking offensive line because they need to.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you were thinking, but that's what I was going to do, was take an offensive lineman because they're going to kill C.J. Stroud. And I mean, your tackles are Blake Fisher and Titus Howard, and Howard's okay. Fisher, kind of a developmental guy, man. Yeah, Tomlinson, they just signed him, no? Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs. I just think you need somebody, whether it's a guard or a tackle, come in, and since if you're wanting somebody to for sure play left tackle, I think if the injury stuff comes back good, and I think so far it has, I think you do just take Josh Simmons. I think he's just the best pure left tackle.
Blocked for Stroud before.
Correct. I think there's an argument. This is the argument I've been having in my while you were talking about Starks with Banks, because I think he has more versatility to play guard, and I think you just need a for sure starter. And Simmons' injury stuff is a little scary, as you need somebody so bad. I think Banks is just going to improve your team for sure, and he fits. Who did they hire as their offensive coordinator? I already forgot. I was gonna say he fits. What's his name? Who got fired? Nick Caley. Rams. Oh, okay. Yeah. Doesn't really move the needle. I can still see either one.
Josh
I'm gonna go with.
Makes sense too. I think.
Connerly does make sense. That I think he's gonna go. I like Connerly more than I think the league might. I like Connerly more than Simmons, and I like him more than Banks personally. If on my big board, he's going to be higher than both of them. Do I think he goes before them? I don't know. I'm going to go Zone. I'm gonna go with Banks. I think Connerly and Simmons are probably better tackle prospects, but I just think that, kind of like I said before, the Texans just need somebody to start on that offensive line. And there's an argument that Banks is the best offensive lineman out of those three guys, depending on what scheme that you run.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think they need some versatility there too, and I don't have a problem if he's starting for left tackle if that's the route that they want to go. So we're gonna go with Banks.
I like
Keep
it.
him in Texas.
Yep. Pop up the Rams quick. I think I know what I want to do here. They added Devontae. They added Puna Ford.
That was a solid signing, actually. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I like him next to Fisk.
I do too. And Turner. You could go offensive line, I think. Havenstein's not getting any younger. I'm just going to lock in my first gut reaction, and maybe it's not what they would do because they just signed Devontae Adams and they just paid Tutu Atwell more money than I would like to pay Tutu Atwell. But I'm going to give him Ibuka. He just feels like somebody who is a good Cooper Kupp replacement, and he may not have the wide receiver one upside that Cooper Kupp did, but Puka does, so he doesn't have to. So he's going to be the guy that I go with for him. Maybe they go a different way with it, but I think that they just signed Alaric, whatever his name is, to a extension, and I don't think they want him playing right tackle, and I don't think Josh Simmons or Connerly would be great at right tackle. They could probably play it. Connerly, I think, actually did well there at the Senior Bowl.
Minus 1 rep, yes. Minus the 1 rep he got destroyed by Mike Green.
Yeah, but
that was the only rep. Just
to be safer with it, and maybe that's the wrong definition of safer with it when your quarterback gets killed, but I'm going to give him Ibuka. Havenstein, I think, is good enough to get them through the year at least, and they have enough depth, I think, that they can kind of withstand some injuries if worst case scenario pops up.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think that would be a nasty little trio for Stafford too. Not gonna lie, wide receiver. They'd be probably a heavily favored Super Bowl team. Ravens. I think Pierce is gonna fall out of the first, so I'm not gonna give him Pierce. Low key, I think they could take a defensive line.
Michael Pierce
to play like the end. Yeah. I think that's where the value's at. Edge, I could, I could definitely see them taking an edge, but I don't hate. I mean, they have Van Noy, Ojabo, Odafe, Owe, and then Tavius Robinson. Like, they're gonna rotate those guys in. They have Isaac too. Like, does that stop me if like Mike Green was here, or like if they love James Pierce, or I don't know, like Izaraku was here, that seems like a Ravens guy too. Jalen Walker, if they want to use him the correct way, I can see that. But I'm thinking D-line, and the other thing I'm kind of thinking, it's just not like them because they just have someone fall to them that shouldn't be here. But Maxwell Harrison is interesting to me for them. Is an athletic outside corner, and they could definitely use another corner.
Yep.
Siobhan Revel as well is kind of the same. They're two just athletic freaks, long. Man. I'm not going to go offensive line. I liked Rosengarten enough at right tackle. They're not going to draft someone over him. And they just signed Ronnie Staley. I just think Derek Harmon is such a good pass rusher on the inside, and they can line him up next to Travis Jones. Yeah, I'm going to go with Derek Harmon.
I like it.
feels like a Raven.
I know you just got done saying that you thought James Pierce was going to fall out of the first round, but I think he is a kneecap biter even if it's own teammates. So
I
the
like it.
Lions needed an edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson. They have for a while. They're obviously not going to get Myles
Yeah.
Garrett anymore. Maybe they get Trey Hendrickson if they're willing to fork up something for him. But if they don't, they need something. Gray Zabel's here. I can see the argument for that, but I don't think they added anything on the edge side that prevent me from doing this. No, they didn't. So, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I like that. I could also see them going Nick Scorton. I don't know if you mentioned that, which you might have, but I also like that fitted edge for them too. The Commanders, I was not ready. I know they've made a couple moves. Too late for my brain to work. Yeah, so they've added Debo. They obviously got Tunsil. Kinlaw. Yeah, I think they could still. I know they got Economy, who did not look that good.
They got Debo, Kinlaw, Eddie Goldman.
I don't think they have to add a corner. Imagine getting Luther Burden, just getting 2 Devos on the field. Crazy. They still do need edge, huh?
Yeah, they lost Dante Fowler. They picked up Dietrich Wise to replace him.
I know what I'm gonna do. I think. Did they use that? I'm gonna give him Jalen Walker. He's very Micah Parsons-esque, and guess who liked to use Micah Parsons? It was kind of the big reason why Parsons, I think, develops the way that he did into an edge rusher, and it's kind of the same type of player. He's not going to just play hand in the dirt edge for them, but it's just such a Dan Quinn player.
Yep.
You can make an argument for Michael to put his hand in the dirt. I wouldn't hate that either. But I just think Walker and Dan Quinn are just like a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I like it.
I think he'd have a hard time passing.
I like it. The Bills picked up Josh Palmer to go with Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir. They picked up Joey Bosa, Larry Okunjobi, Derek Forrest, who probably should start over DeMar Hamlin.
Well, Hamlin's he's a second team All Pro or whatever he's supposed to be.
Yeah, something like that. Man. Ogunjobi and Michael Holt do not do enough for me to ignore the interior defensive line. And I just like Darius Alexander and Walter Nolan too much. Yeah. Walter Nolan feels like such a Bills defensive lineman. I know that Ed Oliver is basically the same player. What's Ed Oliver's contract?
Good question. I think
he has a 4-year extension. He just signed it like last year, so he's got time. Does that mean we don't take him? Not necessarily. Man.
I think they still need defensive line.
Yeah,
they could
use
a corner
I'd probably
too.
Go Darius Alexander instead. They could use corner. Yeah, maybe I'd do a corner. I want to be spicy and just take a halfback and say that they're not bringing James Cook back on an extension, but I don't think I can actually do that in good faith, looking at what they would do. We might have done this last week. I'm just going to give him Darius Alexander. I like him enough.
Away.
What was that? You started cutting out there.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's my internet being stupid. It's been kind of silly all day, so
That could be. It turned
apologies
into
if
robot
it's
for a
still
little
cutting
bit.
out. Okay. Good now, though?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yeah, on to the Chiefs. I'm not sure if I'm assuming you were done, so
Yep.
Chiefs aren't taking offensive line now because they figured out their problem with Jalen Moore, I guess. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're gonna take one first round because they did that personally.
They
But
still need somebody, in my opinion.
I think they need somebody, but they gave him a decent deal, did they not?
Yeah, but that's just the cost of doing business, I think.
But are you going to pay that for a backup tackle?
It's the Chiefs. They can
I
pay
don't think
whoever they want,
so.
whatever they want.
And they have Wanya Morris as like their swing guy already. Like I don't know.
It's true.
I think if this happened, wait, you did take Darius Alexander, right?
Yes.
For the Bills.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think Walter Nolan would be a pretty. They need some help at defensive line next to Chris Jones and Carl. Or they have Chris Jones, they have Carl Loftus, but then they have Fabian Lovett Sr. And they have Siaka Ika, who just hasn't been that good, to be honest. But they could take wide receiver just because why not? Let's just take another one because all of ours keep getting suspended because we don't know how to draft good people. Just fast guys who like to break the wall.
Well, allegedly.
Yeah. I'm going to give them Amari and Hampton. It's going to hurt me, but I'm going
to.
You can make it an argument for Travion. They kind of tried, and not the same player. Travion's a much better player than Clyde, but they kind of tried getting that guy who's does his best work, like catching the ball out of the backfield. Clyde was not as fast as Travion, and just didn't have the vision or any of that. He just had a crazy LSU team that made him, I think, look way better than he was. Plus, he also had some issues I know that he was working through when he got to the league that didn't help. But yes. If you look at what the Chiefs like in the running back lately, I mean, Pacheco, like a real physical guy. I mean, he wasn't the same after he got hurt. He's also just a guy. He's not an elite running back. You give them you give them someone like Hampton, it's going to be scary because I think they could actually run the ball effectively, and then Mahomes doesn't have to just fling the ball around all the time. He could just wait till the fourth quarter when the game's close and go down the field and win the game. And that's kind of the recipe for success, I think, for them that they've been trying to do, especially because when they lost Tyreek and their wide receivers just haven't been great for them overall. They just want to really pound the rock, and I think that Hampton would help that problem for them, sadly, as much as I would hate to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. I like it. But they did just get Elijah Mitchell, so I don't think they need him actually anymore.
Well, yeah, sure.
Eagles are shedding salary left and right. Kenyon Green is probably their new starting right guard because Becton is gone forever. They added Josh Uche today as a good little rotational piece in there. Harrison Bryant they added today since Dallas Goedert's gone. Not yet, but he's going to be. You heard it here first.
Yep.
They could use safety after losing C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But they don't typically draft for need necessarily.
They draft for need what they're going to need in 2 years because they already know what they're going to need in 2 years.
And that's why I'm going to take Josh Connerly to future-proof for Lane Johnson leaving. Yeah. I think, again, we talked about he played pretty well at right tackle. If he gets to develop under one of the best right tackles of this generation, a la Jason Kelsey, if they let Lane Johnson handpick the successor, something like that, it kind of leaves them in a good spot. So, that brings us to the Browns. I don't know if you want to run through, but
I got some time. So the Browns here, with what's on the board, man, like there's some real good talent still here that they could add. I was leaning towards them taking a running back, but um,
Yeah, Hanson's
because
replaced Chubb.
they haven't added anything, and I know Ford's an okay player, like he's a fine player, but I'd almost think they do that in the third round because of other positions that fell that are just premium positions, in my opinion. As much as I think like Travion or Judkins here would be kind of nice, Caleb Johnson even. Um, I know they have DeJuan Jones. He's been very up and down at left tackle, but with Josh Simmons here, I think you gotta get Josh Simmons, man.
Interesting. If only somebody had predicted that when he was in the draft cycle that he was going to be ass because he's way too big.
They moved him to left tackle, and he was way better at right tackle. I think it's a them problem. But anyways, he
Fascinating.
looked pretty good his rookie season. He looked pretty good his rookie
Yeah,
season.
did he?
Anyways, Giants time.
Giants time. Giants time is a painful
Oh,
time.
well, true.
They took Shador in the first. They need a lot of things.
They would have liked Josh Simmons.
They need a lot of things. They would have liked Josh Simmons. But am I stupid? I know you like Wandale a good amount, and I know that Slayton just re-signed to a good deal.
I mean,
like,
they can still take
them.
I'm not saying that they couldn't.
Actually, no,
I was just saying,
no, I'm doing something different. They're gonna take Trey Amos.
Yeah,
Maybe that's a little early, but they need cornerback help badly.
Yeah, I can see them taking Hammer, Harrison, or Rebel. Really.
Yeah,
it all makes sense to me. Titans need weapons, man. They need weapons badly. They've added Cam Ward. Their offensive line is what it's going to be next year. They're not going to draft one, I don't think, here. It's got to be edge or wide receiver, in my opinion. There are some really good edges there still, which makes it tough for me. But I also think I think Luther Burden's just too good to pass up for them here. I think they just need a weapon that can make plays, and they don't have one. Ridley's old. Let's just hope that you can get another edge later. As much as I'd like to give him like Mike Hill, I don't think he fits their defense the way that they like to do it. Scorton could, but there's going to be some guys there I think in the third round that I still like. So I think Burden's just too good to pass up.
I like it. Jags took Travis Hunter in the first round. Did they do anything at the defensive line?
They did, but they could still use one. I forgot who they.
No, they got
they
Devon Hamilton still their starting defensive tackle. Mason Smith their starting right defensive tackle. Yeah, they're taking Walter Nolan. Same situation. He's
Raiders
just pass up.
Yeah. Raiders took Tet here.
Yep.
They passed on the running back. I think they're gonna get one of those Chip Kelly running backs that we just talked about. I'm actually gonna give them Quinshon Judkins and not Travion.
Yeah.
I think I just feel like Chip Kelly's also the one that probably brought in Quinshon, and they already had Travion, and there was a reason. No, I still think Travion's better, but they're very different. But for what the Raiders are going to want to do, I think Quinshon just fits a little better. So.
Yeah, I like it. Patriots went Will Campbell in the first. You know what? I know I said that they didn't need running back as one of their top needs, but I still think I could see them taking it. Let's just do it. Trayvon Henderson, go back-to-back Ohio State running backs here. Just for the sake of it.
Yep. Here's the run.
Barron in the first.
And the Bears are mad because that's what I was going to do. That is what I was going to do. think Caleb Johnson's who they're going. I gotta pivot now. Bears took Jahdae Barron. We could probably go defense here.
They could though.
Could what?
They could go defense.
Yeah, well that's what I'm thinking. They go defense. I'm gonna actually give them. I think.
What I wanted to do for them, I wouldn't actually do it for them. I don't think anymore.
I honestly thought about giving them Scatabo because
I
think that what's his name,
fun.
Coach, would use them well, but I cannot see him playing 39. I think he's gonna be closer to like mid-third to even end of third. I just don't think he's gonna go this high. I just really don't. I'm gonna give them Xavier. Hang on. Am I? Yeah, Xavier Watts, because you mentioned Byard's not getting younger earlier. Brisker's good, but I think Watts to be a good replacement for Byard, and I just think he is a pretty safe pick for a team that just needs to add some more secondary help, I guess. I thought about going Maxwell Harrison, but it's tough. I think I like Watts better than Harrison, but I think Harrison will probably go before Watts. But we're gonna go Watts anyways, and they have a pick right after this, so maybe I just give him Harrison if he's still there.
Saints took Matt Golden in the first. Dude, if Scourton's here, they just take Scourton, right?
Probably.
And they don't think twice about it. And now the Bears are up again.
And they're going to take Michael Williams instead of the corner that I said, because they needed it.
But do they? With Odenigbo and Sweat?
I mean, let me rephrase. Like, the way that Mike Hill plays, he's going to play... So, they got Grady Jarrett. They got Sweat. They got Deo. What did they sign Deo to? It couldn't have been that big, right? Was it crazy?
Was reasonably big.
Anyways, Gervin Dexter's there. Mike Hill's kind of like a... He's not going to play edge like Sweat or even like Deo.
For Odenigbo.
Yeah, so he'll start. I just think that, one, I think it's probably a BPA pick for them a little bit. Because he could go first round. And he's kind of one of those guys that you could just rotate in. I think he'll probably end up... I'm not even a Michael Williams guy, but I think he would find a way to start for them by the end of the year. So I think he's just more talented than... Like, Gervin Dexter's... he's closer to like a 3 technique, and Michael's not, but... Dennis Allen... Wait, no, not Dennis Allen. Who's there?
Yeah, Dennis Allen.
Yeah. He likes these type of edge defensive line hybrid guys from when he was in Denver, and also did it with the Raiders, and also did it with the Saints. So I just kind of like the fit. I don't know.
Fair. I like it. The only thing I was going to say is I could see... I know I talked about that they didn't really need wide receiver when we were in the first. But I
thought about
see a guy like Ayamanor being a fit as a run-blocking type guy.
Right.
And bumping Zacchaeus out of the rotation and then putting either DJ Moore or Rome in the slot. I could really see Rome as the big slot like they had in Amon-Ra to an extent. But
I could see that.
I don't hate it.
It did cross my mind.
So
it did cross my mind.
The Jets. I could give them a cornerback here to replace DJ Reed.
Yep.
We gave him Tyler Warren in the first. I think I like TJ Sanders for them more than
I think I like Maxwell Harrison for them.
I do too.
I think Aaron Glenn likes his...
You know what? I might go Shamar Turner.
Yeah.
It's tough because which is a bigger need for them? Is it DB or DT? Brandon Stevens they brought over. Again, it's not stopping me from taking a guy.
Yeah. I think in the third round, there's a chance of like Joshua Farmer, Jordan Phillips, Deion Walker, CJ West, maybe Alfred Collins somehow. Versus corner, it would be, I don't think.
Fuck it, you talked me into it. Maxwell Harrison it is.
49ers are gonna, if it's gonna let me take Harrison, hello.
I just had the same problem. I think PFF just had a weird glitch.
Okay. Yeah. 49ers are gonna take Demetrius Harris. Or Harris Knight, I think. Yeah, I was gonna give him Carson Schwarzenegger, but I think, oh man, do I give Carson instead? They need someone to replace Dre Greenlaw.
Yes, they do.
I think Knight's better against the run.
Yes.
But he also was pretty good in coverage, though.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna give him Knight. Yeah.
I like it.
Give him Knight.
Cowboys took Booker in the first. I could see them taking a Caleb Johnson or a Dylan Sampson. No, they're taking Landon Jackson. That is a Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
That is a Cowboys pick. Jerry Jones is a big Arkansas guy. He thinks Landon Jackson plays the right way.
Exactly. I like that. We gave the Colts Jihad. We can still use. Look, agency's messing my head up. Yeah, they added. They didn't add a. Well, no, yeah, they added Ward.
Yeah.
Ward. Okay.
They could go tight end here.
Well, that's if you could see the page I have pulled up right now on my filters is exactly what I was looking at. I actually, man, you know what? You talk about Combine here. Combine Warriors, they're going to take T. Ferg here at 45.
I like that. Actually,
You killed the Combine, man. He killed the Combine.
I like that the most for?
Who's that?
Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Not Richardson, but yeah, obviously. But yeah, no, I think that would be a good fit.
You went with Emery. They still need defensive help.
Yeah.
Princely is kind of calling my name a little bit. I know he's not necessarily their guy.
I can see it. I can see Princely. I can see Sawyer. I can see JT, Tuimalo. I see Swinson. I mean, all these edges, I can kind of see them using in a nice way.
I want to go wide receiver. I'm giving them a wide receiver. Ray McLeod is not a startable player. They're taking Jack Betch.
Yep. I already had my finger over it. Maybe that's what you're going to do. I like that. It gives him a nice trio. Plus Pitts if he figures it out. Arizona, they got Will Johnson. He fell to them. I still think they need offensive line in some capacity. Did they sign defensive lineman? I've already forgotten.
We talked about it earlier, but I forget.
I know we did. My brain is...
They signed Dalvin Tomlinson. Yes.
Dalvin Tomlinson.
And they signed him to a big deal, too. They gave him like $20 million a year or something like that.
So,
maybe not that much.
You know what? Zay Jones, Michael Wilson, I don't like their secondary wide receiver at all. They need another wide receiver, I think. Probably gonna be... There's not really a tackle that I'm dying for. I don't like Ellick for them. I could see Higgins. And there's not really a wide receiver. Now that I'm looking at it.
There is.
I mean, personally, there's not one that I love for them. Trey Harris, I don't even like. To complement Marv, I'd like a little bit of speedier guy for them for Kyler.
That's fair.
Maybe a slot for Strepro or Noel or I like Royals for them, but he's not gonna.
That's fair.
I like Tez for them too, the 4th round.
Right.
Truthfully, a lot. I like Trey Harris, but I just don't think that he's the type of wide receiver that they would add. I think Higgins should be gone by now. I just don't see them making that move. So, Michael Johnson. It was actually a little tough. How do they have that?
Actually, I know what I would do for him.
They're taking Carson Schwarzenegger.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say.
I was just looking at their linebackers yeah, they're gonna.
That's exactly what I clicked on. I was like, Mac Wilson. Nope. Okay, Carson Schwarzenegger it is.
Yeah.
I didn't get to it in time to pull it up before you said it, but that's so
Good.
funny. Remember how we had that whole conversation about how the Dolphins needed 2 defensive tackles and they took one in the 1st round, Kenneth Grant, and then you said they should take T.J. Sanders in the 2nd round? Guess what they're going to do? They're going to take T.J. Sanders.
I like it. I like it.
Bengals took Shamar in the 1st.
That way. They took Shamar. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know what I would do here.
I mean, look. There's a couple things that I think that they could do. I still like them taking a running back a little bit. But I think they still need help on the offensive line, personally. I don't think there's anybody. I think they like what they have. I guess they like Cody Ford, Portal Volson. There's not really a guy here that's speaking to me there. But if they got rid of Trey Hendrickson for sure, I would be okay with them taking another edge. I know Joseph Asai is fine, but I would be okay with them taking Jack Sawyer here too.
Yep.
I think they still need help on the interior. You've got Shamar, BJ Hill's fine. Then you have Chris Jenkins, who's also he's still young, he's still developing. Part of me wants to take Tyleek here on the inside and just get another good piece on their defensive line. I thought about wide receiver, but do what?
That's who I clicked on.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Tyleek,
keep him in state, baby.
Yeah, I that's what I'm gonna do. I think Higgins would be interesting, so then you could trade the other Higgins. So that would be.
Well, that's. What
I think I made that joke before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
About how they just. Well, also in our text messages, I made the joke that they would just draft Jaden Higgins and put the same number as T. Higgins, and half the fans wouldn't even notice it's a different Higgins.
Yep.
But yeah, okay. Seahawks and then Broncos, and then I'll probably have to dip, but.
All right. I'll hurry through this then. They took Mike Green
good.
first. They need a Stanford wide receiver.
Oh boy.
They're gonna run the fucking ball with Sam Darnold.
True.
Get the best run blocking wide receiver on the board. Get a guy who can also catch and do all the things that you want a wide receiver to do. He complements JSN pretty well, I think. That's disgusting, honestly. If you ask me, that's flat out gross. But
it is disgusting.
It's a great fit.
It is. Yeah, I think I could actually see that happening. I think I just have to do this, man. I got GNT. There's tight ends that I like. We got Ingram, so I'm not super rushing. I would like Mason Taylor still a lot. Arroyo would be a nice little developmental guy behind Ingram to learn from. Even Fannin, but I wouldn't take him this early. Dude, I think you know who I'm going to pick just because I like him a lot. Who do you think?
I have Jaden Higgins pulled up. I've had him pulled up for a while.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's That's what I'm gonna do. Just add another
I mean,
weapon. I mean,
he plays. I don't want to word this the wrong way. He
he
plays
plays like Sutton.
similarly to Sutton.
Yes, sure, but at the
He's
same time, he does
younger.
too.
Yep. He's different enough that it's not like you have two of the same player out there. He's younger and
Correct.
faster, just by nature
Yes.
of the beast.
Yes.
Obviously,
I think
Sutton was healthy last year and the year before, but he's had his share of injuries, and just
Right.
adding extra insurance, like I said, if Sutton goes down, who is your wide receiver one? And we talked about they don't necessarily have to have a role. That's okay. Vele, Franklin, and Mims can do what they need to do, but if the board falls this way and you're there sitting there in the second round, you'd have to feel pretty good about taking Higgins.
Oh, I would be obviously I would love that because he's one of my favorite players in the draft. But yeah, Sean would just find a way to use him. I mean, to be honest, I think there's a world Trey Harris could have been the pick.
He also reminds me a
Even
lot of Marcus
Restrepo.
Colston in a way too.
Yeah. So Sutton coming out and even now he's gotten so much better at his route running. And like he's actually really good at it now. Coming out, he really wasn't. I think Higgins is already better than he was. He's closer to like how Tech is just like the way that he moves for his size. You can kind of say the same thing about Jaden Higgins. Like his route running shouldn't be as good as it is. And he's also a great blocker. Obviously, I mean he's a big wide receiver, but he's more than a good blocker. He's a willing blocker. Like you can tell he wants to block his guy, and it's not just like putting his hands on him, acting like there's wide receivers that do that all the time. So he's not going to be a huge rat guy for you, but it doesn't have to be because you can give him these slant routes. He can run a ton of different routes. Like he's going to get open from his, not just because he's bigger than you and can make the contested catch, but he for his size gets a ton of separation from what I saw this past year. So. And like you said, something could happen to Sutton. He's not young. At the very worst, he's a Sutton replacement in a year or two. So but
exactly.
I would obviously this Janty Higgins draft. I would probably, I don't know what I would do. I'd
be a very
crying.
Happy individual.
I'll do from where the Broncos were at before last offseason until now. I wouldn't have believed you if you told me what the changes that have happened.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have believed it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, sir. Sorry, I gotta cut a little short, but I gotta go.
Run to the bathroom anyway, so it works.
Help the wife. So yeah, I'll be in listening.
Feel free to
just out and stuff. So
throw feedback into with the process
for
and
sure.
everything. But
Sounds
thank
good.
you for being here again. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
Go make
It's
sure
always
your
a good
wife
time.
doesn't hate me.
She doesn't hate you. She's. The kids are. I can hear it. They're doing their thing where, one of them will not listening. Yeah, I just walk out there and say a couple words, and they listen. And it pisses my wife off because she's been trying for hours to get them to listen. So, I'm gonna go do that. Like I said, and I'll be in stream. But thanks for having me, and I expect some spicy picks in this.
Don't worry, there will certainly be a few.
Like it. All right, man. Peace.
All right, I am going to take a quick break, though. Throw up the BRB screen. Gotta go to the bathroom. So I will be back soon. We'll wrap up this round. I'm probably going to end stream on YouTube once I wrap up the mock draft. I think I'm going to jump to Twitch for my MLB stream. I don't know how long I'm going to go. My goal is to do something for a decently long time. I'm planning on going all night. I already drank an energy drink, so I'm not going to bed anytime soon. But we'll be doing that. I will be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. Had to run to the bathroom and then say goodnight to the wife. All right, so Seahawks took Mike Green, and then they got a Yamanor. Again, it's tricky here. It's too early for Ratledge, in my opinion. Not by much. I do like him a good amount. I just think it's a little bit early. Cam Williams, I think, could play inside some. But he's tough. They could also use a good amount. I'm honestly really thinking about giving them another wide receiver here. I know they just added Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Jake Bobo is a human, for sure. Tate, I like round 2 too. It's tricky because, again, at this point in round 2, when you've already taken Yamanor and Mike Green, you could. I know we gave Ratledge to the Eagles last week, and I didn't hate that. It just doesn't feel... Tate over Cam, that's also fair. It just doesn't feel like a Seahawks pick, necessarily. Not that that's a reason to not take somebody. Actually, how long is Noah Fant under contract? He's on the last year of a 2-year deal here. Elijah Arroyo feels solid. Do they need corner? It wouldn't hurt to add a corner, but they have Kobe Bryant listed at safety. Josh Jobe is starting for them right now. They have Woolen and Witherspoon. I could go that route over Jobe. I don't hate that. I thought about that, taking cornerback earlier in the draft for him. But obviously that would still be on the table here for sure. I might go Arroyo, dude. He's a good receiver. He's good enough in run blocking. He's not great. They would probably want a run blocker or a tight end that can be a better run blocker. But having just taken a Yamanor kind of buys them the ability to not have that in a way. Just because, they have a very good run blocker at wide receiver. So it flexes it out a little bit. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Arroyo it is. I don't know if that's a spicy pick necessarily, but I think it's a solid pick for him. They took Zaraku in the first. Man, they need DB, don't they? Because they lost Carlton Davis. Hey, yeah. They're taking Ravel. Barner is also a solid blocker. That's a good point. Zion McCollum and Jamel Dean are okay, but they're not going to stop me from taking Siobhan Ravel here this late in the second. Packers went Greg Zabel in the first. Packers Trey Harris is right there. Yeah, dude. They have edge listed as a need. I don't really think it is. They have Gary and LVN. I know LVN's still developing some, but I think that between him and Enekbari, they're going to be okay. I don't think they really need to go defense again. Or go defense. It wouldn't hurt. I know we talked about potentially giving them a safety or a cornerback of some sort. Porter wouldn't be awful for them either. But I like Trey Harris too much, I think. He's way lower than he should be. I don't know if I'm blind or what, so I'm just going to flip through this way. No, I'm not blind. Okay. Packers took Loveland in the first. They could replace Joey Bosa with JT. That feels like a good fit for him. Don't they have Tui Peloto too? We're making that up. Tula, yeah. That'd be kind of funny. Caleb season? Yeah. Is it too early for Devin Neal? Maybe. Braden Swenson, I don't think is the right kind of edge for him. Sawyer I thought about too, but I think if they were picking between the two, they would probably take JT. Maybe. I think that they're similar enough players that it's kind of just a coin flip between which one you like better for their different character traits. But solely just because they have Tui Peloto, I'm going to take the other Tui so that way they can just say Tui, get in there, and let them figure it out when they get to the huddle. That'll be nice and confusing for them. Bills took Darius Alexander. They have another pick coming up soon here, too. Joey Bosa, again, I don't think stops me from taking an edge rusher. They could take a wide receiver here just as somebody as an accent piece. But I think they like Curtis Samuel a good amount. Tyrell Shavers, I think, had decent play. They have SVP. Cornerback, I do still think is a need for him, though. I feel like Porter makes a good amount of sense for him. I do like Restrepo. Is there a safety in this range? No, there's not. Yeah, I could still see corner. Porter or Azariah Thomas. Ooh, Azariah Thomas kind of feels... They both do. Porter does fit them well. I'm trying to think which one fits what they need more. I think Porter does. I like that a lot for him. Panthers took Mason Graham in the first. They could use a lot of things. Let me just take a look here again. I think I want to give him an edge. Princely, I think, makes sense. Swinson, I think, makes sense. I think I'm leaning Swinson. They do rotate through a lot of guys. It's a toss-up, I think, between the two for me. 6'4", 250. 6'4", 255. Yeah. Yeah. He would definitely, like Swinson, I think a good amount. I could see wide receiver there too. I think I kicked them around in the first round for them. And I'm not being super spicy right now, but if they're going to take a wide receiver, I think that's the type of wide receiver they would want to take. Yeah, that's a tricky one a little bit, but I could go either way. I'd go back and forth on that and not be mad either way. Texans took Kelvin Banks in the first. I could see that. I'm not even going to think twice. Texans are taking Restrepo. Losing Tank Dell indefinitely. They need that type of receiver again. Kirk isn't that guy. Nico Collins isn't that guy. Mechie can be that guy in theory, but like even if they bring back a Stephon Diggs or something like that, that's a patch job. Restrepo, I think, is solid enough and has enough wiggle. He's big enough that you don't completely worry about him just dying every time he touches the ball like Tank Dell. But I think having him be able to play as the wide receiver 3 in a scheme with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins is just gross. Ravens took Derek Harmon in the first. Princely still being here is disgusting, honestly. And I think that they have at least some level of a needed edge still. Yeah. Yeah. That's upsetting. Pierce is still here. Or Pierce won the first. Ravens could get Cam. Yeah, I could see that. I think I gave them a running back last week. At that pick, too. But I could be wrong. I don't remember if I did or not. I think I gave him Judkins, actually, if he was still here last week. I might be misremembering. Sawyer, I could see, too. Yeah. I really wanted to take Sawyer to the Lions, but having them have Pierce, that doesn't really make sense. I do still feel like they need to go defense, though. What does their defensive line look like right now? I give him Henderson. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Because they said they like the home run threats. Yeah, I remember now. Good call. DJ Reader, does that move the needle? Elite McNeil, does that move the needle? No, not really. Alfred Collins, Shamar. They added DJ Reed. Does that stop me from taking a cornerback? Probably. I think I need to go. Could go offensive line still. Actually, that's what I'm doing. Tate Ratledge definitely bites kneecaps. He absolutely snacks on some kneecaps, for sure. Listen, look. If this isn't the most Dan Campbell player in the history of ever, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is... He's got the racing stripes. This is Dan Campbell incarnate. On the offensive line, man. I mean, you want to talk about eligible receiver. I mean, someday he is going to be coaching football and looking exactly like Mike Leach. You know, they have a very similar looking face, I think. That's amazing. Yeah, that makes too much sense. Commanders took Jalen Walker in the first. That's a good fit for him. They still need cornerback, right? They haven't found anybody. They have Igbenogany and Mike Sanders still. Marshawn Lattimore is Marshawn Lattimore. Did he get an extension with them, or did they just trade for him? I don't know what it just did. What just happened? Marshawn Lattimore contract. So they have him this year, next year, so that's not enough reason to not take somebody. Oh my god, no. Well, it was just these 4 teams that had picks left, right? I'm just going to do a 1-round mock and just start it and then pick the guys that I was going to take for them in the second. Obviously sucks that I can't do a recap now. But I was going to take a cornerback for them. And I think I like Azariah Thomas over Benjamin Morrison. They're both solid. But I'm going to take Thomas. The Bills. Now this is going to suck because I don't remember who is still here. I know Turner and Collins were. I know that I did not give them... I can't check to see who I picked for them already. That really sucks. Who did I give them? I'm just going to have to rewind now. Darius? Okay. That's what I thought I did, but I couldn't remember for sure. Darius and Porter. Yes. Okay. What's their linebacker situation now? Matt Milano's not getting any younger. They just gave Bernard, I think, an extension. Chris Paul, I could see. He's sort of filling into that range. Chiefs got Hampton, okay. And the Eagles got Connerly. Bills. I could see them going wide receiver if there's one that makes sense. And I don't think there is after Restrepo goes. Actually, wait, was Trey Harris still on the board? Royals would be solid. No, I took Trey Harris to the Packers. Okay. Might be early. It's a little early, maybe, but it's not like ungodly early. All right. I should get Jack Sawyer in here somewhere. Jack Sawyer's an Eagle, actually. That's my determination. They could go safety. They should go safety. I just don't know that I love... I mean, they're not bad options. I'm just trying to think if there's something that I like more. They added a cornerback. They also did take Cole Bishop in the second last year, and they have Derek Forrest, so I don't know if they necessarily have to go there if they don't want to. You know what? I'm going spicy. We wanted to see some spice. Here's some spice. They're taking Caleb Johnson. Again, James Cook might not be back from that contract. From the contract that he wants, they might not bring him back, I guess I should say. If the MVP takes a pay cut to stay with that team and try to maximize their success in that window, they may not want to pay a running back the amount of money that he's going to ask for. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but I don't think that he's guaranteed it in any way for sure. It's happening on eBay. Sure is. The Chiefs. Well, I already know that they have Hampton. The Chiefs. They need... I still think they could use offensive tackle here. We gave them Hampton. I think they could use defensive line too. You talked about that in the first. Actually, I'm taking Alfred Collins for him. I think that makes too much sense. He has the versatility, and I think that they can just make the most out of him. Shamar Turner, I could be swayed into as well. Either one. Corner, I could see. They could use corner. They did just sign Christian Fulton, but I don't think that moves the needle enough for me to not take one. If I went corner, it would probably be Morrison. Tyleek I thought I took already, didn't I? Tyleek was going to somebody. I think we took him while you were here together. Where was Tyleek at? Yeah. Parrish is solid. I'm going to freak out about this. Tyleek went to the Bengals, that's right. Yeah, I'm doing Alfred Collins. And that means the Eagles are going to wrap it out with Jack Sawyer. Which also means I'm going to ruin PFF's ADP here a little bit. Whoops. But it is what it is. Again, keep in mind that these guys all went in the second round, not the first. Actually, let's just look through this while we're here. Let's see what they have projected. Dude, no shot. I memed this. That was a joke. When I said this, I was not being real. This is... What are we doing? Dude, PFF is the best mock draft site out there, but it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, okay, yes, the first 3 picks are going to be the first 3 picks. Sure, I get that. Cool. Probably not where I would put them, because this doesn't make any sense to me. This kind of makes sense to me. I think. Kind of. I mean, if you're out on Thibodeau entirely, then it makes sense. But, like, I don't think you're out on Thibodeau enough to warrant taking him at 3. This is crazy early. We thought last week for the Cowboys was early. That's insane. Will Johnson to the Cardinals. Look at that. They went there anyway. That makes you feel really bad about my pick. Matthew Golden to the Steelers. Sweet. Josh Simmons to the Broncos. I hate that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Well, that was a good time. I guess we'll just hang out here. Let's just let's see. Let's do a couple Broncos Steelers 7-round mocks here. Just see what happens. Mess with some of the settings a little bit, and just run it. Yep, you absolutely need a tackle. It's obviously it's obviously one of your biggest needs, and they prioritize needs so much that they gave a running back to the Patriots at 4. Well, if this is how it lines up, I would have a hard time not taking Matthew Golden. Yeah, if you go offensive line, it'll be Zabel. Agreed. Sure. Loveland, I could see the argument for, because Engram's only on a 2-year deal, and as much as he's a joker, Loveland would be locked in for an extra 2 years after him. Hampton, I could see. I'm going to go Golden, though. If Kenneth Grant is there, I'll take him. Zabel would be a sweet center. Actually, that's a good point. I would like that for you guys. We took Golden in the first. Schwesinger here would be solid. Honestly, him or Knight, I could go either way on that, but I think that you guys... Actually, you don't really need him anymore, though, because you got Greenlaw. Actually, no, we're taking... Again, this is a dumb exercise because I really don't think that he's here at this pick, but right now he is, so just going to do it. Steelers picked Grant in the first. I both like and appreciate the fact that Dart is not here, but where'd he go? Okay, I actually don't hate that. That makes sense. That's fair. You have some question marks with Drew Sanders, and Singleton is not getting any younger. But I don't think I would... I mean, again, Henderson's not going to be there, but if Henderson was there, I would still prefer... I'd still prefer Henderson, personally. I don't think we take a cornerback, or a quarterback, I should say. I mean, IRL, we could, potentially, but... Devin Neal, done. Broncos are taking T. Ferg, done. Broncos pick here. JJ, right? Right. Yeah, JJ done. Steelers, we got a quarterback. Damn it, Will Howard went. Where did Will Howard go? It's the Jets. Damn it. They don't need any more Ohio State quarterbacks. Alright, well, I guess we're drafting a quarterback next year then. What do I need? Noel Williams. I like actually a very high amount. Is there any other CB that I like more than him? No. I think he does well opposite Joey Porter and makes it so that we don't need to care at all about what... I'm not taking Gabriel. That's not going to happen. I don't care if he's the best player available by far. I'm not doing it. Could have taken him again. I'm not going to do it. I refuse. It's a damn shame he's gone now. Where'd he go? Seahawks. Ooh, spicy. A little spicy pick there. So, Devin Neal already. I mean, I guess at this point we would take a rookie. Record. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't want to, but in the 6th round, there's a developmental guy, whatever. Honestly. Broncos could use. Is there a linebacker here I like? Higgins I don't hate. He's probably there in 6 picks. I honestly wouldn't hate taking Curtis Rourke as a developmental type guy. Interior offensive line. Jake Majors would be solid here. Just scroll a little bit, see if I'm forgetting anybody. Jordan James, yeah, I could see that. Even with Trayvon Henderson, I could still see that. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Jordan James. Higgins. And now do I go... I have to cut Estime or Jaleel. Yeah. Or one of them is a practice squad, either James or Estime. Which I know you technically have to wait before they can get to the practice squad, but... Mickens, Wohler, I could see either direction. I'm just going to take Mickens. Steelers. Is my boy still there? Yep, done. Rocket Sanders, baby. I'm sure PFF is going to hate me for these, but I'd be happy either way. Yep. Bottom 40% for both teams. Sick. Let me bump down, care for positional value. Let me go middle to low on draft for needs and make it a little bit less random. See what happens now. Dude, I couldn't tell you. I wish I could. Actually, no, I really don't wish I could. It upsets me greatly. There's no amount of me that wishes I could explain it. We're back in the same spot. Let me just switch it up. Let's take Hampton in the first this time. Yeah, I mean, Henderson's going to go in the first round, but PFF just hates him. So, gone forever, Aaron Hernandez, I guess. I'm going to take Derek Coleman. Need a Hampton scenario. Yep. Exactly. I thought about Dart, but I'm going to see what happens in this one, and then I'll probably go back to Dart on the next one I do. Just go both, Henderson and Hampton 1-2. I'll go Carson this time, just to switch it up. Steelers are up, I would assume. Yeah. As it should be. Derek Harmon the first. I like Deion Walker enough that I probably would have taken him here if I would have known that was going to happen. But RJ Harvey feels decent here-ish. Giddens does too. Giddens might be more of what we're looking for. And Martinez as well, but he might be early. Yeah, Giddens it is. Let's take a look at tight ends. Yikes. You're not locked into taking one, and I think that you can probably grab one at your next pick. Giddens or Neal. Yeah. I took Neal last time. That's the only reason why I'm not this time. I wouldn't hate Winston here for the Broncos. Or Latham, really. Latham. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at Fannin in the third. I just hate Fannin a lot. I don't want to do it. That's really it. Is there a wide receiver here that I like? Royals, I'd be feeling decent about. Let me go Latham. That feels like a Bronco. Now, do we still have a tight end on the board that I like enough? I mean, I like Mitch Evans personally. I don't think you're as big of a fan of his as I am. At this point, I think that I would just pass. Could go JJ again. Fuck it, Torrey Horton. And the Steelers are pissed. Just kidding. Burke, I'm going to hope for my next pick. I could go linebacker here. I think I like Kaiser more than I like Carter, so I'll just do that, lock it in. Isaac Tesla. I'm pretty sure there was somebody I said I was going to hope for my next pick who might have been there. Let me see. Yeah, I should have taken Denzel Burke, but I didn't. Oops. Giddens. We're taking Tootin. Absolutely. Jordan James still there again. I could see Peyton liking Gadsden enough to take him or Lockey late. I'll take Brooks. I wouldn't hate defensive line. Wouldn't hate offensive line. Let me give you Jake Majors this time. I didn't give. Right. I don't hate Howard Cross. Well, I could have given you the Quinn Allen too, but I am a jerk, so I gave you Taj Brooks instead. Which is probably a bad pick, objectively. Fuck it, I'm gonna take Jansen. Sure. Just to add another quarterback that plays like Mason Rudolph. In the 7th. Hampton is a D. Sick. Love that for me. And you. And everybody involved. Bottom 18%. Wow, I really tanked that one for you. You're welcome. Alright, one more. Let's care for positional value this much. Draft for needs that much. This really has not changed almost anything. It's almost been the same every single time, no matter what. So, Pretty Quinn, Connor Cook, yeah, that too. That too. I want to go back to Golden. I like that route better. Give me Dart. Shador's still. Yeah, I'm still taking Dart. Hot take. That might not actually be a hot take. Golden. Could go running back. Let's risk it. Let's see what running back makes it to your next pick. Go Carson again. I mean, I would feel pretty good about Jordan Phillips, I think. I wouldn't feel amazing about it, but I'd feel decent about it. I feel better out there on Walker, though. That's what I'm going to do. Alright, let's see what we got at running back. I wouldn't hate to have a Neal here for you. Fannon's still there. Yeah. Could go back to JJ here, which I wouldn't hate. I'm assuming, yeah, it's just Mitchell Evans, which again I don't hate, but I don't love. If I hadn't given you Golden, I could talk myself into Horton. I wouldn't hate Kaiser. I wouldn't hate Willie Lampkin either, personally. But I think I would rather have Kaiser. Riley Mills. Let's go Kaiser for you. And then I'm going to take JJ. Yeah, that's true. JFM might be on his way out the wide open door. Oh my god, I took... Well, too late to fix that. Definitely. We're not going to sign Kyle Juszczyk. We need a big Artie Smith fullback. Definitely. Intentional, calculated. Do I want Tootin? Do I want Jordan James? Do I want Monangai? I kind of like Monangai. I'm not taking running back. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not taking running back. I'm going to go Kobe King. And now I go running back. Pure tight end and quarterback one. That's true. Give me Ollie. The Bronchies took 2 linebackers because of Carson and Jack Kaiser, which I didn't realize until just now either. Whoops. I actually don't hate Jalen Conyers, but I don't know if he's necessarily what you're looking for. You already have enough blocking tight ends, really. This is scuffed. I think I'm just going to reload the mock draft simulator because I've already made enough mistakes. Let's just run it stock. I'm not going to mess with the sliders because nothing really changed anyway. I do like Conyers there, but we're going to run it back. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, let me give you Matt Golden. Let me go Dart again. Now, Broncos go Shador Sanders in the 2nd round. Shock the world. I hate it. Wow, Trayvon Henderson already went. Didn't even realize that. I wonder if that's a deep pick for the Seahawks, even though they made it themselves. Mason Taylor or Ferguson? I think I'm going to give you one of the two. To go with Golden. My heart says Ferg. Keep him in there with Bo Nix. Build the connection, but I know Taylor has. God, that Seahawks backfield. Where Ferguson is. Steelers went Dart. I think Chris Paul is probably too good to pass up. And you probably are mad at me for that, and I would understand why. But I think I had to. I could go Neil here for you. I could go Kaiser here for you. Safety again, we're still in that range. Parrish, let me look. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Parrish is solid. Or Mills. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Fair. I'm gonna risk Mills being there at your next pick and give you Neal now. Calculated. Damn, Kobe Bryant just went too. That's really unfortunate. And Noel Williams. Damn. And Jacob Parrish. Damn. Kaiser or Mills? I think Mills might make some more sense. As your JFM replacement. Taking Corey. Feel okay about Stranad being back. Yeah, that's true. Alright, who was I going to take that I didn't take last time that I need to take this time? Cornerback? Yeah, Burke. Done. With Dart, I don't take McCord this time. Still haven't taken D-line yet. I don't know anything about Tim Smith. High school linebacker, you say, huh? If I don't know anything about him, I'll do it. Tim Smith is just a body taking space. That's fair, which is something that we kind of need after losing out on Ogunjobi, but the upside from that other cat that I've never heard of, I'll play around with that. I like our defensive line coach enough. So many linebackers here. Higgins is there, obviously. James could give you again. I like whose last name? Tafuna? I mean, you're not wrong. I'd like it better if it was Palomalu or Hufanga. But, once again, Utah checks out, you know? Lots of Mormons amongst those individuals. Also, I cracked that Rio that Nikki got for me because she wanted to try a little bit. I said, oh, I'm just going to have it a little bit later because I don't need it. And she was like, well, then can I have some? And I was like, I mean, if you're going to have some, then I guess I have to. So I poured some, and of all the bourbons that she's tried so far, it's her favorite one. So, score 1. I'll take that. Let's get a review. Dude, it's so good. It is definitely a sweet bourbon. If you're not into sweet bourbons, it's not going to be great. And I've heard a lot of people that complain about it just being overwhelmingly finished, and you don't get many bourbon notes. And I'm not going to say that that's not true. If you've ever had anything finished in Amburana, it has that like Cinnamon Toast Crunch kind of note to it, and it really basically just tastes like you took a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and then drizzled honey over the top. Like up front, you just get that cinnamon, but it's like a sweet cinnamon, not overly proofy, not a ton of heat, but like, I don't know if you can see it at all, the legs or the like oils just sticking to the side of the glass. But it's that really strong Cinnamon Toast Crunchy, borderline artificial cinnamon note up front. But I have a different bottle of Amburana that is ASW in Georgia, and it has a weird note halfway through where it's like this strong like rubber note to me that I'm not a fan of. And this one doesn't have that because I think the honey finish takes out whatever that harsh edge is on the other one. So like, yeah, again, you get the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but like the honey sweetness hits the side of your tongue with a little bit of like the just honey flavor, like a good wildflower honey, something like that. And then what you're left with is a little bit of that lingering cinnamon spice, but you get a lot more of the honey flavor. And honestly, like, this is going to be weirdly specific, but like, if you finish your bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and you have all that Cinnamon Toast Crunch milk left over and you drink it, the like flavor that's left over after doing that, specifically if you had that almond milk that's like touch of honey and you use that as the milk instead, it's good. Give it a rating out of 10, 10 being the best bourbon I've ever had and the perfect bourbon in every way. It's up there. It is something that I would probably call as more of a mood pour, and for the price, it's not cheap for sure. It was $90 and that's MSRP. Resale value is more than that. I want to say it's like $120 to $200 resale. Yeah, $250 if you order it online, which is ridiculous. But I mean, it's like that for a reason. I think I would probably give it a solid 8.7. For me personally, in my taste, my flavor profiles, I'm still in the vein of liking sweeter bourbons. It doesn't have a ton of spice. It doesn't have a ton of barrel char. It doesn't have a ton of stuff that I would normally pull out. It's not the caramely, oaky, cherry, classic Kentucky bourbon flavors. It's not like Jack Daniels. It doesn't have the banana notes to it. It's different, but like it doesn't have the normal MGP bourbon sweetness really either in terms of like the fruity sweetness, because it is Amburana typically overpowers anything that it's in, and this is definitely not an exception to that. But I'm also not going to complain. It also weirdly develops, like each sip is a little bit different than the last one. Like that last sip that I just took, I got way more of the honey presence on it. I snagged a honey finished rye from Blue Note as well, limited release the other week, and because of it being a rye, it has a little bit more of the spicy, like cinnamon kind of flavors going on with it. That one definitely is more concentrated honey than this, but it is a similar enough experience, which again, it's something that I enjoy, so that's not a complaint for me. I'm giving you Higgins here. And wrapping it out with... Where's my boy? Dan Jackson. Where's he at? Right there. Sure. Actually, wait, I didn't take a running back? Rocket Sanders, baby. Alright. I am going to wrap up this stream just because Twitch does better with... Jesus Christ, they hated this draft. Twitch does better with longer streams, I think. And frankly, I don't necessarily need to have that whole VOD uploaded to YouTube. I want this to be uploaded separately. If somebody wants to watch this. But I'm going to go wrap this up right now and swing us over to Twitch. So if you want to hang out, my plan is to be live all night, and I will see you over there in just a little bit. MLB The Show drops in 30 minutes. I'm going to go live now. Just get myself started here. Hopefully the servers aren't whack. If they are, we'll probably be playing some Road to the Show, maybe a little bit of franchise to get things started over there. If the servers are working, then we'll be playing Diamond Dynasty and just letting it rock. So again, thank you guys for being here. Like and subscribe, absolutely. Again, Crush, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you more than you know. Be here again. I want to do some more bourbon content if that was something you found enjoyable. I have plenty of bottles to review. I think that brings me up to like 66 bottles or something ridiculous. So, yeah, we're going to be doing some more of that. MLB The Show, I'm going to be recording some videos and putting that up on the YouTube channel as well. Maybe doing some streams that are a little bit shorter on YouTube just to get things cooking. But I'm really excited for this year's MLB The Show. I'm definitely going to be putting out content on